to make their own decisions. It reduces the burden that our government places on our citizens, and I'm eager to support this bill.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also thank the sponsor for his hard work on this delicate issue, to say the least. But I think this is that point where we have to, as a body, put policy over politics, and it's very difficult for us to do, especially this time of year. This is strictly policy. Has nothing to do with politics. Even though there may be some that want to go down that trail, I get that, I understand that. My beliefs are different than my good friend, but we do policy here. That's our job. I encourage a yes vote.
The President of the Senate finds the Chairman of State Affairs $5. Senator Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank my good friend from Denver, who for the last 8 years has continued the journey towards justice and equality for all of us. He's not wavered, and he's never been wrong. I've heard the words divisive and delicate. Those words don't come to mind for me in terms of this bill. Gay, lesbian, transgendered people who have the right now in Colorado to be married don't see this as divisive. It's right. It's sound. It's the law. Delicate, yes. My good friend who used that word, yes, it is delicate. It's delicate because it is a just situation. And it's about human rights. It's about what has been done through the Supreme Court.
The Senate will come to order. Mr. Majors, would you please call the roll?
Senators Aguilar, Baumgartner, Carroll, Cook, Crowder, Donovan, Garcia, Grantham, Guzman, Heath, Hill, Hodge, Holbert, John, Johnston, Jones, Kafales, Kerr, Lambert, Lundberg, Marble, Martinez-Humanic, Merrifield, Neville, Newell, Roberts, Scheffel, Scott, Sonnenberg, Stedman, Tate, Todd, Ulibarri, Woods. Mr. President.
Here, with 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused, we have a quorum. Colleagues and guests, would you please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues. I move that the reading of the Journal of Friday, May 29th be dispensed with and that the Journal stand approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the Journal is approved. Special orders, second reading of bills. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate lay over the general order's second reading of bills, the special order's second reading of bills calendar to follow the general order's special reading of bills calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The special order's second reading of bills calendar will lay over and to follow general order's second reading of bills. Senate Services.
May 2nd, 2016, correctly printed, Senate Bills 209, Senate Joint Resolution 40, correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 69, 104, 143, 146, 163, 193, 198, 201, 202, 203, 205, Senate Joint Resolutions 32, 38, and 39, correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bills 35, 72, 150, 179, 183, 195, Senate Concurrent Resolution 2, correctly revised, House Bills 1034, 1056, 1080, 1129, 1177, 1197, 1280, 1282, 1302, 1311, 1320, 1324, 1349, 1387, 1402, 1423, 1425, 1432, 1442, and House Joint Resolution 1019, correctly revised, House Bills 1021, 1227, 1256, 1329, 1330, 1333, 1359, correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 132.
Third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I move that the Senate proceed out of order for the purposes of receiving a tribute presented by Senator Baumgartner and a special submarine announcement to be presented by Senator Lambert.
You've heard the motion that the Senate proceed out of order. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Members, this tribute is for Gerald Jerry Groswell. I don't know if many of you, a lot of you that's involved in the ski and snowboarding industry would know who Jerry is. He was very involved for years and years with helping get sports for disabled people throughout his lifetime. So with that, Mr. President, the Senate of Colorado Legislature convened in the second regular session of the 7th General Assembly honors and remembers the life of Gerald Jerry Groswald. Jerry Groswald, a retired ski industry executive and 20-year volunteer at Winter Park Resort, passed away on November 26, 2015. This Colorado native graduated from Denver University and practiced law for 20 years before being named CEO of Winter Park Resort. Under his leadership, the resort expanded Mary Jane Mountain. Most importantly, Jerry led the development of what became the National Sports Center for the Disabled. This has become a model in worldwide sports, providing for the disabilities, therapeutic recreation, compensation, and adaptive sports for children and adults. Thousands of handicapped people have enjoyed and continue to be helped by these programs. Jerry was inducted into the Colorado Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame and National Ski Hall of Fame. The state has lost a notable veteran and pioneer of the Colorado ski industry with the death of Jerry Groswald. The members of the Colorado General Senate offer this tribute in honor of his invaluable contribution to the people who are able to enjoy Colorado and the world through winter sports on request of Senator Randy Baumgardner, given this second day of May 2016, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado. And again, members, he was a very influential person to the ski industry, and he's missed, he'll be missed. And Mr. President, since I am in a moment of personal privilege, I would like to introduce his family members, if possible. His daughter, Kathy Johnson, is here. Mary Ann Groswald, his first wife, and Becky Zimmerman, who is with the National Sports Center for the Disabled. They're back in the corner. Would you please help welcome them to the chamber?
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. President. I knew Jerry very, very well, but not through his ski affiliation because his life went way beyond the ski industry. I actually was at a gathering this weekend where we honored Jerry. I was involved with him on many committees over the course of the last 25 years, I would say. He was very influential in policy, particularly in financing of the state, in education. He was a giant of a man, not only in the ski industry, but in the policies that affect all of us and for which policies which we deal with virtually every day here. Unbelievable human being, a person that I admired so very, very much, and I'm delighted and glad that we're doing this tribute today. And thank you to his family. A wonderful man.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, and I didn't know we were going to do that today, and I'm so appreciative that we did. Jerry Groswald was my first wintertime boss, 1981-82, as I was a lift operator at Winter Park Ski Area. And I knew who he was. He did not know who I was until many years later when our paths crossed again. And when I explained to him that he was one of my first bosses here in the state, he never forgot that from that time forward and would always describe me in that way. But as Senator Heath said, or the good senator from Boulder said, Jerry was so active in so many things. I mean, he was a large, tall man, so he was a giant in that way, but he was a giant in Colorado in so many ways in terms of the things he was involved in. Club 20, the Western Slope would not be the same without the work that he had done on behalf of Club 20, but he was actively involved down here in Denver as well on so many statewide issues. So a giant of a man, but incredibly fun, humorous, generous, a warm individual, and I'm so pleased and proud that we are giving the tribute and respect that he deserves and his family deserves, because I know he missed a lot of family time for all the time on the roads that he was coming down here, but he was a huge person to the Western Slope and the state of Colorado. So thank you for sharing him with us.
Colleagues, we are going to stand in a brief recess so that we can greet our guests. Senate will be in recess. The Senate will come back to order. We are still proceeding out of order. Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. President. We kind of have a treat today, an opportunity to sign a banner. We'll hold it up here so you can see it on channel 165, the Colorado channel.
Hopefully they'll zoom in on it. I'm sure they're listening.
And we'll get over
Maybe a tighter shot would be great. There you go, center it.
USS Colorado is going to be commissioned next year. I believe it's the fifth ship or boat that is commissioned as the USS Colorado. By tradition, a submarine is called a boat, not a ship, even though some of them are bigger than the old aircraft carriers, but it's called a boat. It'll be the SSN 788, and I am told this is not a Bronco. They call it a Mustang. We can call it whatever we want, but I think that's a registered trademark thing, maybe. It says on here, Terra Marique, I guess Marique, and Indomita, which means land, sea, indomitable. We will not be defeated. And this particular banner, we would like everybody to sign this. Here are the ground rules. You have to sign it with this Sharpie. It's a permanent Sharpie. And sign your name and the city that you're from. Then we'll pass it to the House. They'll do the same thing. When we're done with this, we're going to send it back to the USS Colorado Commissioning Committee, and they're going to build this into the ship so that's part of the table in the mess room where the sailors actually will eat on top of this. It'll be laminated, I believe, on top of the dining table, so they'll have reminders of home whenever they, as we say, go to mess, right? And, in deference to Senator Garcia, I believe this is a special boat for a couple of reasons. One is it's going to carry some Marines and SEALs and things like that on it. Another thing, I think the first USS Colorado was a sailing ship around the time of the Civil War. This ship will have something in common, or this boat will have something in common with that ship, in that it does not have a propeller. It's the first Navy ship in decades which will not have a propeller. I'm not going to tell you how it gets around, because then we'd have to kill you, but apparently this is a new technology. It's a Virginia-class submarine, but it's the first one that's designed without a propeller. So if you want to go to WikiLeaks or something like that, you can find really not much about it, but it's going to be a new technology on this particular boat. So we will have this over on the press table. We'd like you all to come and sign it with your name and the city that you're from. You do not have to put your rank or your serial number on it. So thank you very much. It'll be over on the press table.
Mark, you ready? I think we're good. Third reading?
Yep.
Third reading of bills, final passage. It's kind of a heads up. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1320?
House Bill 1320 by Representatives Foote and Carver and Senator Cook concerning the regulation of massage therapy to modify practices that are linked to criminal behavior.
Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate lay over House Bill 1320 to the end of the third reading of bills calendar.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1320 will lay over until the end of the third reading of bills calendar. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 146?
Senate Bill 146 by Senator Stedman and Representative Asgar concerning modernizing statutes related to sexually transmitted infections.
Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 146 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion. Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm voting against Senate 146, but not because it's concerning modernizing statutes related to sexually transmitted infections, but because it restates a lot of current law that really takes authority away from parents when it comes to the medical treatment of their children and young people. And I do appreciate the sponsor working with me in limiting the expansion of those erosions of parental authority. And I do look forward to the Senate or the House not making many changes there, or I'll make a lot more discussion, but I did want it to be understood that this bill does have some deficiencies that I'm choosing to vote no on.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 146 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Holbert, Senator Lambert, Senator Woods, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Lundberg, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Marble, Senator Grantham, Senator Neville, Senator Cook, Senator Tate, Senator Scheffel, Senator Hill, Senator Scott, please have the President. With 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 146 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Heath, Senator Aguilar, Senator Newell, Senator Ulibarri, Senator Merrifield, Senator Hodge, Senator Kerr, Senator Todd, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 104?
Senate Bill 104 by Senators Todd and Sonnenberg represent Becker J. concerning incentives to become a teacher in a rural school district of Colorado in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues, and we move Senate Bill 104 on third and final reading.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 104 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Holbert. Senator Neville. Senator Baumgardner. Senator Tate. Senator Marble. Senator Lundberg. With 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 104 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Crowder, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Ulibarri, Senator Grantham, Senator Heath, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Jones, Senator Roberts, Senator John, Senator Carroll, Senator Stedman, Senator Hodge, Senator Kafalis, Senator Garcia, Senator Donovan, Senator Johnston, Senator Hill, Senator Aguilar, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1129?
House Bill 1129 by Representatives Lawrence McCann, Senators Crowder, and Heath concerning measures for enhanced enforcement against acts of charitable fraud in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1129. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for permission to run a third reading amendment.
Explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was a, I'm trying to remember if we put it on or took it off, but in any event, what we ended up with was a bonding requirement for all nonprofit or for all paid solicitors who work with nonprofit organizations. And there was some confusion as to how it was handled in second reading, and this being the second House for third reading, this is really the last opportunity to address this, what I believe is a very important issue for nonprofit organizations in the state of Colorado, and I ask for the permission to run this amendment.
You've heard the request. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Permission granted. Mr. Majors, please read Amendment 17 to House Bill 1129.
Amendment 0017 to House Bill 1129 by Senator Lundberg, amend revised bill, page 4, line 9, strike, and 3.5, page 5, strike lines 3 through 22, page 7, strike lines 6 through 27, page 8,
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 17.
To the amendment.
And thank you, Mr. President. As I briefly explained, let me explain it a little more in detail. This is, of course, the bill that deals with enforcement of acts against or acts of charitable fraud. And the bill significantly increases the fines that can be levied against a paid solicitor, somebody who raises money for a nonprofit. I don't have any qualms with dealing with the bad guys, but unfortunately what has also been placed on here is a bonding requirement for all paid solicitors that that now penalizes the good guys and adds a pretty significant fee to really any charitable organization that works with a paid solicitor. And paid solicitor, I'm happy to say the way the bill reads is a little more straightforward in Colorado law, if this bill does become law, in that a paid solicitor is somebody who directly solicits for funds for a nonprofit organization. To put the requirement that they post a $25,000 bond will add anywhere from, I've heard, $100 to $300 per year per paid solicitor. Now, there are a couple hundred that are registered with the state right now, and that's a cost that we are levying not just on paid solicitors, but on nonprofits in Colorado. And I submit this to you as well. If there's a bad guy out there, they're not registering with the state. They aren't paying the fee. What is occurring is it's just one more cost that we're putting on those organizations that provide such valuable resources and opportunities for people in Colorado. There are thousands and thousands of nonprofit organizations. Why are we making it more expensive for them to raise funds for their very worthy causes? I ask that we remove this bonding requirement. That's a brand new cost that this bill would impose upon paid solicitors for nonprofits. Please vote yes on Amendment 17 to House Bill 1129.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Senator Crowder?
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the reason that's on there is what we're trying to do is protect the charities, you know, and we realize we need to realize there are solicitors out there, and you know, the previous speaker is a solicitor, so I can sure appreciate his point, and make no mistake, I'm sure he's extremely honest in what he does. But it's not about him. It's about the vast amount of charities within the state of Colorado. And I do believe that we've heard enough through media and whatnot that there should be some additional protection in there for the charities. So that's, I guess what I'm doing is I'm going to be asking a no for this solicitor, because I think it's something that needs to be in place to protect. You know, what we're talking about is a very honorable situation where people give their hard-earned money for what they believe to be or to perceive to be giving from the heart. And we should honor that and carry that forward with that thought. So I guess at this point, and I appreciate the individual bringing this forward, but I do believe that there's additional protections that need to be in place. And there may be some additional conversations that need to be made on this. But thank you very much.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in support of the amendment. If the bill is focused on protecting charities, then the bill can do that. It grants the Attorney General some different powers. But a bond, I want you to think about the transaction involved with a bond. It's a transaction that costs people money. So what you're actually doing is you're raising costs on charities. And as the good senator from Berthoud mentioned, this raises the costs on the good guys, and it really does nothing in law to penalize anybody for bad behavior. It can, I mean, if they can have a bond revoked, but this is a transaction that basically says, we're going to charge you more money to raise dollars on behalf of charities. And of course, that cost becomes an operating cost. Why would we, as the Senate, want to raise the actual operation costs of any charity? Now, some of the charities that have supported this legislation are charities that are very, very large. And that's fine. It's a small little piece for them. And many of these charities also are not using paid solicitors. They may have other, they're past that. Paid solicitors often are used when charities are first starting up and trying to get their leg hold. But charities that are well positioned and that have a number of things going in their fashion, such as like a Mile High United Way, may not be using paid solicitors. But colleagues, we had a problem, if you remember, with Mile High United Way a while back when it was found out that their chairman of the board was making over $1 million a year. This is about the actual cost on charities to actually operate. Why would you ever want to increase that? So I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. The Attorney General's office would ask for a no vote as well. This is a small price to pay, and I understand this only goes on paid solicitors. Paid solicitors. All of us, I'm sure at one time or another, have gone out as a volunteer and raised money. I chaired the United Way campaign in Denver. I made literally hundreds of calls. This would not apply to me, to going out, or any of us that go out in a volunteer capacity. These are people that are being paid. They're taking a certain percentage of what they raise as payment for their work. This is what their deal deals with. Most paid solicitors, the overwhelming number of paid solicitors, are honest people who are doing this as a way to earn their income. But unfortunately, there are a small number. And so what we're asking for, and what the Attorney General's office is asking for, is basically a bond, somewhere between $100 and $300. That's what it costs. The paid solicitors would get, and would protect all of us that contribute to that charity from basically being hoodwinked, if you will, by contributing to something that wasn't really true, and the money does not go to the charity for which the paid solicitor is attempting to get the money. So that's what this bill does. I think it's a very good bill. I would ask for a no as a small price to pay to protect those of us that are legitimately trying to support our own charities.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree that there are some very laudable parts to this bill, and I took a little special interest in this particular bill because I work with a lot of nonprofits. I have for 40 years been working with them in some respects, and I'm familiar with this process largely. And when I look at the wide variety of those who are raising money for nonprofits that provide such great services, I applaud them and want to encourage them and to make it as straightforward and simple a process as possible in the state of Colorado. I'm kind of reminded of that a joke, really, that I make oftentimes when I speak in front of people. They'll introduce me as Senator Lundberg, and I'll say, "Hi, I'm from the government, and I'm here to help you." And that's about as far as I need to go. That's the punchline. I'm here to help you, as if that really is possible from their perspective. Usually it's a bit of a problem that we create rather than a solution. And with respect to this particular point, I believe that this discussion hasn't finished for 1129. I believe that we need to look a little bit deeper, and this will go back to the House. And if the House does not believe that that this bonding requirement should be removed, then I'm sure we'll see it in a conference committee, and we can have a little more discussion to try to figure out just what is best for the people of Colorado, the nonprofit organizations in the state of Colorado. Is it this extra expense that will add another, easy number is $50,000 of cost against nonprofits every year, or not? So I would ask for an aye vote, recognizing that we'll have a few more days for a little more discussion, and then we can settle what would be the very best course for House Bill 1129. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator Newell?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, at the beginning, I was thinking that this amendment made sense. that you wouldn't want to sweep in the little guys, so to speak. However, in listening to the argument of the Attorney General, but also, I'm not sure everybody is aware, but the Nonprofit Association of Colorado is also against this amendment. And that tells me that what they see in the current bill are the protections that they desire. And so I would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any no votes? Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Heath, Senator Aguilar, Senator Carroll, Senator Donovan, Senator Johnston, Senator Jones, Senator Ulibarri, Senator Garcia, Senator John, Senator Merrifield, Senator Kafalis, Senator Kerr, Senator Todd, Senator Hodge, Senator Stedman, Senator Ulibarri, Senator Newell. With 18 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 17 is adopted. We are now at third reading and final passage of House Bill 1129. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes? Senator Holbert, Senator Marble, Senator Neville, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Hill, with 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1129 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Kafalis, Senator Aguilar, Senator Lundberg, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1034?
House Bill 1034 by Representative Science Senator Garcia concerning emergency medical responder registration in the Department of Public Health and Environment and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1034 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1034 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Holbert, Senator Lambert, Senator Neville, Senator Marble, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Scott. With 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1034 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Heath, Senator Kafalis, Senator Aguilar, Senator Merrifield, Senator Todd, Senator Newell, Senator Hodge, Senator Kerr, Senator Johnston, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1442?
House Bill 1442 by Representative Wright and Senator Ulibarri concerning technical modifications to laws enacted in 2014 governing the administration of nonpartisan elections conducted by a local government that are not coordinated by a county clerk or recorder.
Senator Ulibarri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1442 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1442 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excuse, House Bill 1442 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Kafalis. Senator Heath. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 198?
Senate Bill 198 by Senator Holbert and Representative Kraft-Harp concerning the standards applicable to documents used by workers' compensation insurance carriers of Colorado in connection with requiring advisory organizations or rating organizations to file sample forms of policies, writers, letters, notices, and other documents to the Commissioner of Insurance.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 198 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 198 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excuse, Senate Bill 198 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Woods. Senator Martinez-Huminick. Senator Tate. Senator Neville. Senator Marble. Senator Cook. Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Heath. Senator John. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of House Bill 1080?
House Bill 1080 by Representatives Foote and Landgraf, Senators Cook and Johnston concerning assault by strangulation and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate lay over House Bill 1080 to the end of the third reading of Bill's calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1080 will lay over until the end of the third reading of Bill's calendar. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1311?
House Bill 1311 by Representative Salazar and Senators Carroll and Marble concerning court orders requiring payment of monetary amounts.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1311 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1311 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Baumgardner. Senator Woods. Senator Lambert. Senator Holbert. Senator Roberts. Senator Scott. Senator Neville. Senator Tate. With 26 ayes, 9 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1311 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Aguilar, Senator Heath, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1177?
House Bill 1177 by Representatives Buckner and Pedersen and Senator Hill concerning the continuation of the Council of Higher Education Representatives.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1177.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1177 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Neville, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Lambert, Senator Marble, with 31 ayes, 4 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1177 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Todd, Senator Kerr, Senator Holbert, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Guzman, Senator Heath, Senator Kafalis, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1423?
House Bill 1423 by Representatives Lundin and Garnett, Senator Hill, concerning measures to maximize trust in the use of student data in the elementary and secondary education system.
Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate lay over House Bill 1423 to the end of the third reading of Bill's calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1423 will lay over until the end of the third reading of Bill's calendar. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1432?
House Bill 1432 by Representative Winter and Senator Kerr, concerning the rights of private sector employees to inspect their personnel files.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1432 on third reading and final passage. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1432 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Neville? Senator Baumgardner? Senator Marble? Senator Sonnenberg? Senator Lambert? Senator Cook? Senator Tate? Senator Grantham? Senator Holbert? Senator Lundberg? Senator Hill? Senator Scott? Majority Leader Scheffel? With 22 ayes, 13 no, 0 absent, 0 excuse, House Bill 1432 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Aguilar, Senator Stedman, Senator Kafalis, Senator Heath, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Hodge, Senator Todd, Senator Jones, Senator Crowder. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1302?
House Bill 1302 by Representatives Duran and Del Grosso, Senator Newell, concerning the alignment of the Colorado Statutes of the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act through the Colorado Career Advancement Act.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1302 on third and final reading and ask for an aye vote.
Nice about it. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1302 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg? Senator Lambert? Senator Neville? Senator Lundberg? Senator Baumgardner? Senator Holbert, Senator Marble, Senator Scott, Senator Hill, with 26 ayes, 9 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1302 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Crowder, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Heath, Senator Carroll, Senator Todd, Senator Kerr, Senator Jones, Senator Aguilar, Senator Johnston, Senator Kafalis, Senator Merrifield, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1349?
House Bill 1349 by Representatives Ryden and Norberg and Senator Carroll concerning continuation of the voluntary contribution to the Military Family Relief Fund.
Senator Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1349 on third reading, final passage, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1349 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Lambert, Senator Grantham, with 33 ayes, 2 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1349 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Kerr, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Heath, Senator Crowder, Senator Cook, Senator Johnston, Senator Jones, Senator Scott, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Donovan, Senator Merrifield, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Aguilar, Senator Garcia, Senator Ulibarri, Senator Kafalis, Senator Newell, Senator Todd, Senator Hodge. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1282?
House Bill 1282 by Representatives Baker, Kay, and Pedersen, and Senators Todd and Tate concerning the alignment of regular biannual school elections with disclosure requirements governing other election races under the Fair Campaign Practices Act and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 16-1282 on third reading and final passage and
Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Todd, that will be $5 for speaking without being recognized.
Whatever.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1282 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, and $5 from the Majority Leader paying Senator Todd's fine, House Bill 1282 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Kafalis, the real question is whether the majority leader has paid his $30 in fines from last week. Perhaps a collection is in order. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1402?
House Bill 1402 by Representatives Becker, Kay, and Lawrence, and Senators Holbert and Garcia, considering prohibition on the use of a device to allow a person to place a wager on a previously run sporting event.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1402 on third reading and final passage.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I realize I may be the only no vote on 1402. And I didn't say anything because I was in the chair Friday, didn't have an opportunity to talk about the bill, so I am going to take just a couple of moments here to understand, help you understand why this bill isn't needed. This bill isn't needed because none of the things that it regulates is happening in Colorado or can happen in Colorado. We cannot use VLTs in Colorado. So why is this bill coming forward? The truth? It's probably a poke in the eye to me for what I've done to try and keep the horse racing industry alive in Colorado. With that said, I appreciate what the sponsor is trying to do. He's trying to make sure that we stay within our realms, and I understand that. But you also need to understand that when the people that brought this bill forward became in business and ran a ballot initiative, the horse racing industry, the dog racing industry, and those were harmed by such a change. The truth is, I think we're okay as a state of Colorado to have those opportunities. And if you want to blow your money on something, whether it's horse racing, whether it's slot machines, whatever it may be, I'm okay with that. It's your money. Do with it what you want. But I think here, now, the poke in the eye because of my push to support the horse racing industry, I think is an unneeded bill, and I will take full responsibility for this bill coming forward.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the last thing I would like to do, want to do, ever would do, was poke my good friend from Sterling in the eye. This bill exists. My name is on this bill because the voters, the boss, years ago, decided that limited stakes gambling would be permitted in Colorado. And as part of the language that the voters put into our state constitution and subsequently that we put into state statute, we defined two things. First, slot machine. Are these devices slot machines? In my definition, no. I would imagine if you came up with a definition of slot machine, it would be different than what's in our state constitution. But our definitions don't matter. It's what's in the state constitution that matters. And I think using that language, the answer is yes, these machines meet the definition of slot machine that exists in Colorado Constitution and statute. The second question is, if it does fit the definition of a slot machine, is it allowed to be used in Colorado? And the answer is yes. And according to the state constitution and statute, it's allowed in 3 geographic locations: Central City, Cripple Creek, and Blackhawk. If I had it within my power to define where people could gamble, would it be that way? No, but I don't. And collectively, together, the 35 of us don't either. It's our responsibility to uphold what's in the state constitution. And that's why we have House Bill 1402. These devices, in my opinion, meet the definition of slot machine, even though they're not called slot machines. And if it does, then they're allowed by our state constitution, not just mere statute that this body might make, but the constitution that the people have voted to amend, they're allowed in 3 places: Central City, Cripple Creek, and Blackhawk. That's why I asked for your aye vote on House Bill 1402.
Further discussion, Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I too would urge an aye vote on House Bill 1402, as we heard in committee, and numerous people testify as the importance of this bill and honoring the will of the voters and the Constitution. So I too would urge an aye vote, and as eloquently stated by the senator from Douglas County.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1402 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg, Senator John, Senator Carroll, Senator Marble, Senator Crowder, with 30 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1402 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Grantham. Senator Lambert. That works. Senator Neville. Co-sponsors. Please add the president. Please add Senator Heath. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1197?
House Bill 1197 by Representatives Carver and Melton, Senators Todd and Crowder, concerning a requirement that state agencies implement a program to streamline the granting of occupational credentials to veterans based on military training and a connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator, both of your hands are up. No, none of your hands are up. Now one of your hands are up. Now they're both up. Just telling you what I see. Senator Crowder?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1197 and ask for a...
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President, for an aye vote on House Bill 1197. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1197 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Neville? Senator Marble? With 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1197 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Jones, Senator Heath, Senator Kafalis, Senator Kerr, Senator Roberts, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Newell, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 201?
Senate Bill 201 by Senator Grantham and Representative Young, concerning revising the child welfare funding mechanism.
Senator Grantham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 201 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 201 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 201 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Crowder, Senator Kafalis, Senator Lambert, Senator Newell, Senator Todd, Senator Heath, Senator Kerr, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 203?
Senate Bill 203 by Senator Lambert of Representatives Hamner and Rankin concerning the valuation of state tax expenditures and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Lambert.
Move Senate Bill 203.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 203 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 203 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Kafalis. Senator Grantham. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 205?
Senate Bill 205 by Senator Lambert of Representative Hamner concerning payment for expenses of indigent parents.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 205.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 205 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 205 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Grantham, pro quo. Senator Newell. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 1425?
House Bill 1425.
House Bill 1425, my bad.
House Bill 1425 by Representative Hamner and Senator Roberts concerning the requirement for a licensed child care center to obtain records for a child enrolled in the center on a short-term basis.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1425 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request permission for a third reading amendment.
Please explain.
Colleagues, when we were having discussion on second reading, there was a piece in the bill which I noticed, which was a concern. It's basically a carve-out for the ski areas. It states that under the definition of students, any person enrolled in a Colorado school or child care center is defined in this subsection. Student does not include a child who enrolls, attends a licensed child care as defined in this section for up to 15 days or less in a 15-day period, no more than twice in a calendar year. This is for basically drop-in parents. And this would also cover, in the original version, it would have covered, let's say day camps or child care camps, or even in the situation of religious camps or whatever it might be. We have a lot in Colorado, and this was changed in the House, I believe, is that correct? In the House, to cover ski areas only. And so the amendment basically, states that it takes the ski area language out and allows coverage for all facilities of similar needs.
Senator, well, the motion is the request for the offering of a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Permission granted. Mr. Majors, would you please read Amendment 4 to 1425?
Amendment L004 to House Bill 1425 by Senator Neville, amendment revised bill page 2, line 16, strike which is.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I move L004 and urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate what the good senator from Jefferson County is offering. However, I ask for a no vote. This bill was limited down to ski areas, ski programs, and I accept that limitation, so I would ask for a no vote. I think this is important for the ski industry. We have a lot of people who travel into our state for a short period of time and don't carry their kids' immunization records. As I mentioned on second reading, this is really paperwork reduction, and so I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate what we're doing for the ski areas, but colleagues, in fairness, we have the same issue with parents traveling into our state for a variety of reasons. Particularly, and we think of ski areas in the wintertime, but particularly in the summertime also. And I'm sure those ski areas will use this exception in the summer also. But I want you to think about all of the youth camps. I want you to think about the Young Life camps that we have located, some of the biggest ones in the country in our state. A variety of camps, a number that have been adversely affected by this in the past, and would urge an aye vote to make this fair and equitable for all in that similar situation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought over the weekend of what the senator from Jefferson County wanted to do to the bill, but when my kids went to summer Christian camp, that was something we planned long in advance. What the ski area drop-in is really any spur of the moment, much more spontaneous. I think many of the summer camps are planned out, they're regular annual adventures for the youth, and including the Christian camps. At least that was the experience in my children's lives. So again, I would ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment 4? Seeing none, are there any no votes? Senator Roberts, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Crowder, Senator Cook, Senator Stedman, Senator Heath, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Carroll, Senator Scott, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Hodge, Senator Todd, Senator Ulibarri, Senator Merrifield, Senator John, Senator Aguilar, Senator Donovan, Senator Garcia, Senator Kafalis, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Johnston, Senator Newell, Senator Kerr, with 12 ayes, 23 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 4 is lost. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion for third reading passage of House Bill 1425 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1425 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1425 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Merrifield, Senator Kafalis, Senator Aguilar, Senator Heath, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1324?
House Bill 1324 by Representative Janal and Senator Sonnenberg, concerning the availability of compatible pharmaceutical drugs for use by veterinarians to treat a patient's emergency condition in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1324 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1324 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1324 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Crowder, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Donovan, Senator John, Senator Woods, Senator Jones, Senator Scott, Senator Lambert, Senator Lundberg, Senator Cook, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Grantham, Senator Tate, Senator Neville, Senator Marble.
Co-sponsor on yours.
Sure, Senator Sonnenberg. Further co-sponsors on Senator Sonnenberg's bill. Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Newell. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 202?
Senate Bill 202 by Senator Stedman and Representative Young concerning increasing access to effective substance use disorder services through designated regional managed service organizations in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 202 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 202 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Neville, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Holbert, Senator Scott, Senator Marble, Senator Lundberg, Senator Cook, with 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 202 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Crowder, Senator Lambert, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Heath, Senator Kafalis, Senator Roberts, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Ulibarri, Senator Hodge, Senator Aguilar, Senator Kerr, Senator Carroll, Senator John, Senator Newell, Senator Todd, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of House Bill 1280?
House Bill 1280 by Representative Winter and Senator Lambert concerning the regulation of air ambulance service and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1280.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1280 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Crowder, with 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1280 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Newell, Senator Woods, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Kerr, Senator Carroll, Senator Aguilar, Senator Todd, Senator Grantham, Senator Lundberg, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 163?
Senate Bill 163 by Senator Johnston and Representative Kagan, concerning a study of an organizational recodification, Title 12 of the Colorado Revised Statutes governing the regulation of professions and occupations in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 163 on third reading and final passage. This will probably be one of the great legislative moments of your career. I encourage you to just suck this moment in. Co-sponsor it if you feel bold enough.
The motion before the body is that Senate Bill 163 lay over until May 13th. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the real motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 163 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Please have the president. With 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 163 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Yes. Minority Leader Guzman. Senator Heath. Senator Jones. Senator Newell. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of House Bill 1387?
House Bill 1387 by Representative Primavera, Senator Woods, concerning health insurance coverage for severe protein allergic conditions.
Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1387 on third and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1387 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Lundberg? Senator Neville? Senator Marble? Senator Baumgardner? Senator Lambert? Senator Roberts? Senator Cook? Senator Sonnenberg? With 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1387 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Todd, Senator Crowder, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Stedman, Senator Kafalis, Senator Carroll, Senator Aguilar, Senator Newell, Senator Merrifield, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 193?
Senate Bill 193 by Senators Cadman and Sheffield and Representatives Holding Horse and Duran concerning the duties of the Safe to Tell program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
I move Senate Bill 193 on third reading and final passage. Is there further discussion? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since you moved it, I will ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 193. Good bill.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This went by so fast the other day that I didn't have a chance to speak on it. And those of us who serve on the School Safety and Youth in Crisis Committee, we have heard alarming testimony that many schools and students don't even know about the Safe to Till program, the mechanics of it, and how to report, et cetera. So I just wanted to say thank you for the bill sponsors for carrying one of the initiatives forward from that committee and looking at the protection of students around the state. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 193 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Neville? Senator Woods, ODS. Senator Marble? Senator Holbert? Senator Sonnenberg? Senator Hill? With 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 193 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Carroll, Senator Todd, Senator Roberts, Senator Kerr, Senator Aguilar, Senator Donovan, Senator Martinez Humenick, Senator Hodge, Senator Stedman, Senator Newell, Senator Heath, Senator Jones, Senator Kafalis, Senator Garcia, Senator Grantham, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of House Bill 1056?
House Bill 1056 by Representative Tyler and Senators Baumgartner and Todd, concerning requirement that the holder of an abandoned motor vehicle use the records of a national title search to notify persons with an interest in the motor vehicle that the vehicle has been towed and is subject to sale in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I move House Bill 1056 on third and final reading.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1056 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Marble, with 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1056 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Holbert, Senator Crowder, Senator Woods, Senator Kerr, Senator Lundberg, Senator Tate, Senator Neville, Senator Cook, Senator Roberts, Senator Martinez Humenick, Senator Grantham, Senator Stedman, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 143?
Senate Bill 143 by Senator Hill and Representative Pabon, concerning reduction in annual liquor licensing fees for specified licensees.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 143.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 143 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 143 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Woods, Senator Crowder, Senator Lundberg, Senator Neville, Senator Cook, Senator Kafalis, Senator Kerr, Senator Heath, Senator Roberts, Senator Scott, Senator Holbert, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Martinez-Huminick, Senator Merrifield, Senator Hill, Senator Grantham. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 69?
Senate Bill 69 by Senator Garcia and Representative Pabon concerning measures to provide community-based out-of-hospital medical services in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 69 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 69 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Neville. Senator Holbert. With 32 ayes, 3 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 69 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Crowder, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Hodge, Senator Donovan, Senator Merrifield, Senator Carroll, Senator Heath, Senator Todd, Senator Kafalis, Senator Aguilar, Senator Johnston, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of House Bill 1320?
House Bill 1320 by Representatives Foote and Carver and Senator Cook concerning the regulation of massage therapy and modified practices that are linked to criminal behavior.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1320 on third reading and final passage and ask permission for a third reading amendment.
Please explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I saved the best till last, and basically this gives more protection to the massage industry. It's not. Hang on. Stand by. Anyway, it gives more protections to the massage industry, and we added a few things into the amendments that were ran on seconds.
The request is for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Permission granted. Mr. Majors, would you please read Amendment 25 to House Bill 1320?
Amendment 025.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we did is, some of it's technical, but what we did is we put back into statute. That's what lines 1 through 5 did. It takes out that in the revised bill, it says no city, county, or political subdivision of this state shall enforce local ordinance and regulate massage therapy. So what we did is we struck that and we put that back into the bill so that now no city, county government can enforce local ordinances on massage therapy. That was the first thing that we did. The second one is that on line 6 and 7 on the third readings, when we added the amendment on second readings, we left out and or like sole proprietors. So what this does is says that no city or county can come in and inspect a sole proprietor in their residence. So what happens is if there is a complaint on some illegal activity going on in a private residence, the law enforcement follows the same thing that they do, their same protocol. They do an investigation, they get a search warrant, and then they can go in and search the house. So this also exempts, like I said, the sole proprietor, and says that they cannot go in and inspect their house.
Senator, no amendment may be considered until it has been moved.
Oh.
Senator Cook.
What number is it? 25. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies. I move Amendment 25.
Is there further discussion? Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 25 in working with both the Department of Regulatory Agencies and with the massage therapists. This actually corrects a mistake that was made in one of the amendments last week, and would ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ditto.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Amendment 25. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 25 is adopted. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move again House Bill 1320. Like we said, we did a lot of work with stakeholders on this, and when it came into judiciary, we listened to them, and what the bill originally did was put these alternative modalities under DORA, and in judiciary, we moved it back into statute, and we even added some, like reflexology, into statute, instead of leaving them at the whim of DORA. And so we added these, and we basically were saying that if somebody is exposing themselves to a client or worse, they cannot get a license. We're not adding any criminal offense to the bill. We're just saying that they can't get a license if they do things that are inappropriate.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I wanted to add a little bit of description to what's gone on with amendments, and now they are better aligned with the administrative actions with and the criminal investigations and actions. So this keeps current statutory exemptions in place. It adds a few extra exemptions that were not listed before, like reflexology, auricular therapy, and meridian therapies that affect the reflexes of the body. The other changes in the amendments were adding an age requirement of the applicant so that they would, by the time of licensure, need to be 18, but if they were 17 and going through massage school, that was okay. Also, the local governments can inspect a massage business upon complaint of illegal activity, but the inspection will ensure that the people performing massage are licensed, but no fee will be charged for the inspection. The division director, so the regulatory side of this statewide, may at his or her discretion determine that a practice is no longer exempt if there is a continued pattern of criminal behavior with arrests, complaints regarding sexual misconduct, or criminal intent that is related to human trafficking. So I know that many of you have received emails and calls over the weekend, but I can tell you that now I feel comfortable in voting aye on 1320 and ask for you to do the same.
Is there further discussion? Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ditto.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1320 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Stedman. With 34 ayes, no votes on House Bill 1320, Senator Holbert, Senator Neville, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Scott, Senator Crowder, Senator Marble, Senator Hill, with 26 ayes, 9 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1320 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Newell, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1080?
House Bill 1080 by Representatives Foot, Landgraf, Senators Cook and Johnson concerning assault by strangulation in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, having been made aware of a routing glitch, I move that House Bill 1080 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1080 is referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1423?
House Bill 1423 by Representatives Lundin, Garnett, Senator Hill concerning measures to maximize trust in the use of student data in the elementary and secondary education system.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate lay over House Bill 1423 to May 3rd.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1423 will lay over until May 3rd. Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side of House Bill 1311, I move for its reconsideration.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1311 will be reconsidered. Mr. Majors, please read the title to House Bill 1311.
House Bill 1311 by Representative Salazar, Senators Carroll and Marble concerning court orders requiring payment of monetary amounts.
Senator Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1311 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1311 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Lambert, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Roberts, Senator Scott, Senator Cook, Senator Neville, Senator Woods, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Grantham, Senator Tate, Senator Hill, with 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1311 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Stedman, Senator Newell, Senator Kafalis, Minority Leader Guzman, Senator Aguilar, Senator Merrifield, Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side of Senate Bill 69, I move for its reconsideration.
The motion before the body is the reconsideration of Senate Bill 69. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 69 will be reconsidered. It's on page 3. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 69?
Senate Bill 69 by Senator Garcia and Representative Pabon considering measures to provide community-based out-of-hospital medical services in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 69 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 69 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg? Senator Marble? Senator Neville? Senator Holbert? With 31 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 69 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Majority Leader
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be...
Whoa. Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be included as a co-sponsor on Senate Bill 143.
Please add Senator Marble as a co-sponsor. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask also to be listed as a co-sponsor on Senate Bill 143. Please.
Senator Tate will be added as a co-sponsor. General orders. Second reading of bills. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills. Senator Cook will take the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 181?
Senate Bill 181 by Senators Woods and John, Representatives Kagan and Dorr, concerning the sentencing of persons convicted of Class 1 felonies committed while the persons were juveniles.
Senator John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Senate Bill 181 on second reading and the committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you. We have had quite a coalition on stakeholder meetings, and we did a few things before the bill, and then during the committee report, we actually, as the bill was initially introduced, it permitted the court to resentence the 48 offenders currently serving juvenile life without parole to either life with possibility of parole at 40 less earned time, or to determinate sentence within the extraordinary range of 24 to 48, less any earned time with 10 years of parole. However, as a result of the stakeholder meetings, we did amend it in committee. So it is the determinate sentence less earned time option was modified to include only those found guilty under a complicity theory or a felony murder theory only. And then the other thing that we did in the committee, again based upon the stakeholders meeting, it's a factor for the judge to consider when determining whether the extraordinary mitigating range should apply, has been added to take into account the impact of the crime on the victim and the victim's family. So that was really for all of the victims' groups.
Any, Senator Woods?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also changed the determinate sentence from 24 to 48 years to 30 to 50 years in response to some of the concerns we heard. So that's on the back side of our committee report.
Any further discussion on the judiciary report to Senate Bill 181? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report to Senate Bill 181. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the Judiciary report is adopted. To the bill. Senator John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we will have just a couple more amendments. I believe that Senator Johnston has one. Looking for Senator Johnston.
Senator Johnston, come on down.
Thank you. Here, I've got it. He's giving this to Shepherd, I guess. I don't know, he gave
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, would you please read Amendment L010?
Amendment L010 to Senate Bill 181 by Senator Johnston, amend the Judiciary Committee report dated April 20, 2016, page 1, strike lines 5 through 20, and substitute page 3, strike lines 8 through 19, and substitute paren A if the felony for which the person was convicted is murder of the first degree as described in section 18.102(1)B.
Senator Johnston.
In the district.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 10 to Senate Bill 181.
The amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Amendment 10 was part of the negotiations that the sponsors have been very diligent and meticulous in working on here, and this was, I think, a key addition that was encouraging to me, which is this removes crimes of complicity from being considered in the mitigating circumstances. There's a difference between complicity and felony murder. Complicity is a situation in which you may have two people who are both involved in, say, a kidnapping and a murder, and if you don't know exactly who did the kidnapping and who did the murdering, if both blames the other, there's a complicity charge under which they're both charged. And in that case, if you were to reduce the charge of one of them, you would not know whether or not you had actually the shooter or the accomplice. And complicity says it's the opposite of felony murder. Felony murder is two people agree to rob a convenience store. The plan is we're going to rob a convenience store. I stand out there in the getaway car. When you go inside, you come back and say, oh, by the way, I murdered someone inside. That means you had no plan to do that. You had no idea that was going to happen. You had no involvement in that happening. And then you're charged with felony murder. Complicity is the two of us sat down and agreed we're going to go in and kidnap and murder this woman. And here's how we're going to go about it. I'll pick her up, I'll gag her, you'll shoot her, whatever that is. Complicity means advanced planning to commit a murder or a first-degree felony that you do together, and then you're charged together. So that is very different from a felony murder. So this removes complicity as one of the mitigating circumstances here, which I think helps get after what the sponsors are meaning to accomplish here, and I'd ask for an aye vote on Amendment 10.
Any further discussion? Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for an aye vote as well. This is one of the things we've negotiated with the stakeholder groups and the DAs, the victims groups, and so we do ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L010? Seeing none, Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want a clarifying question about the amendment. So to me, this looks like if you are a juvenile going in and you, with these extraordinary mitigating circumstances, the court may sentence the person to a term of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after serving 40 years. As a juvenile, less any earned time. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, because I'm thinking, okay. All right, I thank you if you could say that at the mic publicly.
Any other discussion on L010? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Amendment L010. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L010 is adopted. To the bill, Senator John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have one more amendment.
There is an amendment somewhere, soon to be on the desk. Senator John.
Can I just get a senatorial 2?
The committee will stand in recess for senatorial 2. Committee will come back to order. Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also move Amendment 11.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, would you please read Amendment L011?
Amendment L011 to Senate Bill 181 by Senator Woods, amend printed bill page 8 after line 27, insert section 6 in Colorado Revised Statutes.
Senators.
24.4.1302, amend 2H as follows. 24.4.1302, definitions as used in this part 3 and for no other purpose, including the expansion of the rights of any defendant. Parent 2, critical stages means the following.
Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies to the reader. We're adding this amendment at the request of the victims groups, and it clarifies that when one of these inmates is considered for a resentencing hearing or is resentenced, the victims get notification as well.
And Senator John.
Thank you. And that is re-notification through the entire process. So, for instance, if the governor were to do a clemency or a commute of the sentence, the victim would be notified all the way through the process. And that was for the victims groups. And we apologize, it just came in this morning, so thank you for your patience.
Any further discussion on L011? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L011. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L011 is adopted. To the bill, Senator John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is actually an issue that I've been working on now for 13 years, and something that I followed, I researched, studied, and something that we now are addressing because you literally have got Supreme Court rulings that say, you know what, we need to get this done. So we currently have 48 individuals that are serving unconstitutional sentences in Colorado. Senate Bill 181 is consistent with how many other states have responded to Miller. It's the Miller case that we're speaking of, and Montgomery, and is actually on the conservative end of the spectrum of responses per what the other states are doing. What other states are doing to resolve the Miller, Graham, Montgomery is, for instance, Wyoming, you're eligible for parole after 25 calendar years. In Nevada, those who caused the death of one victim are eligible for release after serving 20. Connecticut, all youth are eligible after serving 30. Delaware, all youth are eligible after serving 25 years or 25 to life. West Virginia, they're eligible for parole after serving 15 years. Kansas, life without parole after 25. So what we're doing is really on the conservative side. The DA and the victims groups have given many suggestions and offered many amendments, and those are available, that the available sentence for a conviction other than for a felony murder be a mandatory sentence to life without the possibility after 40 years. But that does not satisfy the Supreme Court ruling in Miller. This suggestion does not provide individualized sentencing for this extremely harsh sentence that is mandatory for all those offenders convicted of first-degree murder, except those that were convicted of felony murder. The question of whether this mandatory sentencing scheme truly provides the constitutionally required meaningful opportunity for release, which is very specifically written in the ruling, that they have to have a meaningful opportunity for release, will need to be litigated in every single case. So this would lead to years of litigation. The Supreme Court has not approved a mandatory life sentence with the possibility of parole after 40 years as a constitutional sentence. The only example of a constitutional sentence mentioned by the Supreme Court in Montgomery was the Wyoming example, which makes offenders eligible for parole after serving 25 years. Because the historic bias against release by Colorado's parole board, a life sentence with a possibility of parole after 40 years is basically a sentence to most likely die in prison. We call these, many of them are virtual life, because by the time they do the sentence, they literally will be at an age where they'll literally will die when they are up for parole. Or they'll also be released into a society where they're a very elderly person with no ability to work and reintegrate into society. A study conducted by a Michigan group estimated the average life expectancy of an incarcerated person at 57. And if that person was incarcerated as a juvenile, that life expectancy drops to 50. And then there was an argument made by the Attorney General's office that the legislation being proposed by Senate Bill 181 is unconstitutional and unsound. We pulled the cases up, and what they argue that changing the life sentence with the possibility of parole after 40 years to allow for earned time constitute a change in sentence. We disagree. This would not be altering the sentence because the sentence is still life. If parole is granted, the parolee remains in the legal custody of the DOC. And if there is a violation of parole, the offender is returned to the DOC to serve out the remaining life sentence. Parole is a continuation of custody rather than a termination of imprisonment. Legislation affecting consideration for parole creates only a speculative and attenuated risk of increased or decreased punishment. Merely providing for the possibility of parole does not reduce a sentence any more than retroactive curtailments to parole consideration increase in the sentence. And you can see this in the California Department of Correction versus Morales. There is precedent for allowing earned time on a life sentence. Last session alone, 2015, a bill that came out of the CCJJ and was made law allows those offenders serving life sentences under the habitual offender statute to receive earned time retroactively. And that was passed out of this body last year. The legislature, by providing for parole and allowing earned time to be counted toward parole eligibility date, is simply leaving it up to the parole board, a part of the executive branch, to determine whether the individual should be released from prison, which would be in the DOC. Parole simply provides the individual the opportunity to serve his sentence outside of prison walls. The AG appears to argue that if this legislation had been passed prior to the Supreme Court's decision in Tate and Banks, it would not present the same separation of power problems as they argue are present now. The upshot of their argument appears to be that Tate and Banks purports to interpret the statute after Miller. The court has effectively imposed sentences on the 48 individual sentences currently serving clearly unconstitutional sentences. And therefore, because these are validly imposed sentences, the legislature is no longer free to act. The AG's argument ignores one salient fact. The only sentences that have ever been imposed on the 48 individuals in question was a mandatory life without parole. Thus, even after Tate and Banks, those individuals do not have a valid sentence and will not have a sentence until their various cases are remanded back to the district court and constitutional sentences are actually imposed by the district court. None of these individuals have a validly imposed sentence, and therefore the legislature is free to enact remedial legislation to address the proper sentencing ranges for those 48 individuals. For the pre-1990 individuals with life with the possibility of parole after 40 years, and the post-2006 individuals, because that's the time frame that the without life was in statute, Those individuals with life with a possibility of parole to 40, as stated above, merely altering when an individual becomes eligible for parole does not change the underlying sentence to life. 181 provides a meaningful opportunity for release, which is very explicit in the Miller case. The court reiterated the factors that make juveniles different from adults as the basis for why, constitutionally, minors must be sentenced differently than adults. When they were sentenced under the laws from 90 to 2006, it was unconstitutional, and they were actually being served in many times more harsher punishment than the adult offenders. The court emphasized that it was these differences that diminished the penological justifications for doling out extremely harsh sentences to juvenile offenders, even when they are found guilty of horrible crimes. It found that mandatory imposition of the harshest sentence available to juvenile offenders did not allow the judge to take into any account the differences the Supreme Court determined to be important. The judges had their hands tied. We had a judge actually come testify in committee. They had no choice in how the sentence came down. It was automatically life without parole. The court held that in a sentencing, a judge must be allowed to consider the mitigating factors that accompany youth, or there would be too great a risk that the punishment will be disproportionate to the crime. So that again was stated in Miller, that the judge needs to be able to look at mitigating factors. In many cases, that was just not allowed in these sentences. The bill as originally introduced would have allowed the court to consider the individual circumstances surrounding each of the crimes committed by the 48. Meeting with all of the stakeholders, with the amendments that came after the very negative publicity and pushback from opponents of this legislation, the individualized sentences were limited to those offenders who were convicted of felony murder. One of the other important cases that this is following is the Graham versus Florida, that teaches us that a juvenile must be afforded a meaningful opportunity to obtain release based on demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation. For a sentence to be constitutional, it must be proportional to the crime and to the offender. Because juveniles have lessened culpability, they are less deserving of the most severe punishments. This bill allows for those offenders sentenced to life to be eligible for parole in 30 years. But realistically, we know that it is quite probable that most, if not all of these offenders will be denied parole at least a couple of times, and some will never be granted parole at all. So we're not saying just let these inmates out. We're not saying that the offenders shouldn't be there. What we're saying is they have to go through the parole process, and we all know in Colorado that can be a very slow process. I believe it's less than 20% are actually granted parole in their first request. The most recent reports filed by the Division of Parole states that in 2013, even when the parole board administrative release guideline instrument that was used recommended release, the board followed the recommendation only 50% of the time. And in 2014, they followed the recommendation only 43% of the time. So it's not like we're opening the floodgates and all of these defendants are going to come out. The report reveals that 50.5% of decisions to depart from recommendation for release, 75% of these offenders were categorized as low or very risk. In addition, 72% were categorized as medium or high readiness for release. Thus, the board's analysis dramatizes its bias against granting parole, even for the worthiest of inmates. In 2014, 52% of the low-risk inmates, and may I repeat, low risk, were never paroled. 65% of the inmates reached their mandatory release date before they were released. By pushing up the parole, the eligibility date by 10 years, we are at least allowing these offenders that have done well in prison and received their earned time some glimmer of hope for release before they are either too old to be reintegrated back into society or that they die in prison. The Colorado Supreme Court in Tate invites legislative action. The legislature must act to resolve the lingering questions of unconstitutionality surrounding this issue. The U.S. Supreme Court has made it clear that in all but the rarest circumstances, Those serving lengthy prison sentences must be given a meaningful opportunity at release. Senate Bill 181 offers this opportunity while ensuring the victim has an opportunity to be heard prior to the release being effectuated. We have had a lot of support. We had a lot of support in committees. We actually had victims come to the committee and speak in favor of the bill because they actually have developed a relationship with the offender. Charlotta Evans is a perfect example, and her little guy, Little Biscuit, was 2 years old in the back seat of a car in a car seat. There was a drive-by shooting, and one of those bullets struck Little Biscuit in the head, and he died on the way to the hospital with his mom, Charlotta, holding him. You know, at first, she was very adamantly opposed to him ever coming out, her offender. And he repeatedly wrote and asked if they could please meet. He was so remorseful for what had happened, and it was not intended, but it was a heinous crime, and it did happen. She finally did meet with him after she went through the restorative justice process, and the meeting went very well. In fact, today, she visits him, they write, and he actually calls her mom. So there are several victims that have come forward and asked us to pass this. What we're asking for is something common sense. We are not asking for the floodgates to open and all offenders to just be released. What we're asking for is a chance that some of these might get a second look. Some of these that have done very, very, very well, earned their degrees, done every class that they can take. They have taken responsibility for the horrible crime that they did. We're asking that they just be given a look, and then they will go through the process of any kind of parole. With that, I would ask for a yes on Senate Bill 181.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the bill sponsor. You know, what I see multiple times is if there's more than one perpetrator in a crime, you know, let's say that you have 5 individuals and there was a death in the crime, and the actual individual who did the shooting plea bargained to a lesser event. The others decided to go to court. They got a more severe penalty than the actual person who did the crime. Now, you know, has there been discussion on this particular bill? You know, I think what I would prefer to see is if that is in fact the case, that, you know, the plea bargain as well as the court should actually be the same amount of time. And I think there's a disparity in our judicial system with this. But I tend to support the bill, but I cannot eliminate the victim of the crime. So I'd have to wait and see. But the thing about it, I think we need to, you know, we have a disparaging part of justice in this. You know, the plea bargain versus court. It should all be the same sentence. But I'm just curious if there's been something in this bill to address that.
Senator John.
Thank you for the great question. So I know that we don't talk about other bills, but we have a companion bill. This one very specifically deals with the 48 juveniles that are serving life without parole and the unconstitutional sentence they received. And so that is what 181 is doing. But you're absolutely correct, and Senator Woods and I will be discussing that in the next bill. You're exactly right.
Senator Woods.
Thank you. Thank you for that great question, Senator from Southern Colorado, as you say. The other thing we see is often the adult will plead out because they think the juvenile won't get as harsh of a penalty, and these juveniles then are given these life without parole sentences. In that period, that happened a lot. The adult criminal pled out and put all the blame on the juveniles, so it increased what they were facing.
Senator John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think it's important that people really understand not all 48 of these, I still call them kids. We have, some of them I followed. I know Jacob is a year older than my oldest son. He's 38 now, but he was 15 when the crime was committed. But I think it's really important for people to understand that not all 48 of these lifers without parole, which, obviously they need to be resentenced, but they're not all going to just come out and go through the parole system. So I think it's important that we understand, who would you look at? Who should have that earlier opportunity? We have Cheryl Armstrong, and she's the only female that was life without parole. And I have to tell you, the things that she has achieved are amazing. She's passionately interested in anything to do with the justice system, particularly juvenile justice. She's nearing completion of her master's thesis dealing with the history of juvenile justice. Once she completes that, she'll have a Master of Arts in Interdisciplinary Studies, which is literature, music, art, philosophy, and history. She also has an associate's degree in sociology, a Bachelor of Arts through Adams State with a 4.0 average, and a Master's of Arts at a 3.7 average. Trevor Jones has been right up free the entire time he's been inside. He was only 17 when he committed the crime. He's been there for many years. Of course, he's taken all of the usual courses that almost all of they would have to have completed, but he has taken the courses such as Thinking for a Change and 7 Habits. He was also one of the few allowed in Lyman's hobby shop, and is a talented artist as well as a leather worker. He's very religious. He teaches Bible classes and was adopted by the Unity Church in Denver, which helped pay for his college classes. And it's interesting to note that if you were a juvenile serving life without parole, or even a lifer, you have to pay for your own college classes. So you have to get support to be able to do that. And there's a lot of these families that cannot afford that, but they find other ways. And the Unity Church in Denver helped him pay for his college classes. He's also part of a band, and they say he is really, really good. One of the inmates said he plays a mean guitar, and the other prisoners say he's quite good. I think it's important to note that the ones that would be considered even going through the process of getting any earned time, and, well, you get earned time, but the possibility of parole, these are the ones that have done everything right with no hope whatsoever that they were ever going to get out. But they still did everything that they were asked to do, and they went above and beyond to get education and to try to move forward with their life knowing that they would be there forever. So I think that that is commendable, and I think that that's a really key part that any parole board is going to be looking at before they're even granted the possibility. So, any other comments?
Is there any further discussion? Before I let everybody know that there's pizza on the desk, let's take the vote. All those in favor of Senate Bill 181, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and 181 is adopted. There is pizza available. Mr. Majors, would you please read House Bill 1377?
House Bill 1377 by Representative Prima Vera and Senator Lambert concerning the creation of a task force on the collection and security of digital images of evidence of child abuse or neglect.
Senator Lambert. Senator Lambert. What? I wanted to vote first. Senator Lambert, please come on down. Assistant Majority Leader Lundberg? Assistant Majority Leader Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that House Bill 1377 be laid over 2 bills.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1377 to the end of a special orders reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. and 1377 will be laid over. Mr. Majors, please read the title to Senate Bill 187.
Senate Bill 187 by Senator Hill and Representatives Williams and Sias concerning measures affecting the operation of charter schools.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 187.
No, I don't need that. To the health and, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Senate Bill 187 is one of two that we're going to be talking about today. I know there's been a lot of conversation on it. I'd just love to give you a quick overview of what Senate Bill 187 does, recognizing 187 and 188 are going together, and 188, I know there's some differences, and we'll be talking about that. But 187 works to continue to address the challenge we have in public school funding right now, where some of our public school students who attend public charters are not funded or not treated on the same level that we are treating our traditional public schools. And so 187 addresses a small portion of that. Does not deal with the funding. That's going to be 188 that we'll talk about next. But it does say that if you have the highest accountability rating for these charter schools, a performance rating, you can submit your UIP or Unified Improvement Plan every other year instead of every year. We're trying to cut back on some of the paperwork required here. However, if at any point they drop off of that performance rating, they need to return to annual reporting. We also wanted to address a challenge where, as we have these different charter school networks, whether it's Vanguard or early colleges or DSST, where you have multiple different campuses, but it's all under the same umbrella. We're trying to simplify that and allowing a complete financial audit every year over the entire network. And we're ensuring that no transparency is going to loss on that network, because there's still going to be component unit audits at each of the individual school sites. We're also putting a requirement in here, colleagues, for itemized accounting for districts that they provide to their charters, just clarifying exactly what administrative overhead looks like, what special education costs include, a list of personnel providing those services, and also making sure that the district distributes state and federal money to charter schools on a per pupil basis if the amount that the school district received was calculated on a per pupil basis that included charter enrollment. So just clarifying that within the accounting standpoint. And finally, on authorizer standards, right now, the grounds under which a district can lose its exclusive chartering, or ECA, exclusive chartering authority, they're inconsistent with the grounds for acquiring exclusive chartering in the first place. And so we're working to align these two, shifting the reinstatement process to a once annual consideration period, typically outside of the Charter School Institute application window, so that we can play out the CSI application before that district has lost its ECA, can regain it again. And then finally, we're making a transfer. If a school switches to or from CSI charter versus a district charter, we're clarifying that your at-risk funding formula does not change based on how that school started. With that, colleagues, I ask for your support on Senate Bill 187.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 187? Senator Johnston. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, would you please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003 to Senate Bill 187 by Senator Johnston, amendment printed bill page 3 line.
Senator Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 3 to Senate Bill 187.
Please explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I voted for this bill in committee. I think it makes some common sense changes for the equity of charter schools and district schools. However, in the spirit of compromise, I offer Amendment 3 to try to, I know there were some sections that people supported, some sections they had questions about, and so Amendment 3 is meant to simplify 187 down to just a handful of most important sections that I think are in the bill. 187, Amendment 3 strikes 9 separate sections of Senate Bill 187. I'll focus on what it leaves in Senate Bill 187 for those folks that are following. One is it leaves in Section 1, which is the school performance plan, which you'll notice there's another bill coming separately from Pedersen and Wilson, which does the same thing for district schools. The advocates of this bill wanted to do that for both schools, that the title wouldn't allow it to do it. And so all this says is if you are a high-performing charter school or a high-performing district school in the companion bill, you can file your unified improvement plan every 2 years instead of every 1 year. I think a relatively uncontroversial bill that you'll all probably be voting for soon coming over from the House as well. Second thing it keeps in is the exclusive chartering authority language, whereby if all districts have exclusive chartering authority unless they have lost them for some reason. What this does is if there was a district that met certain criteria years ago and a charter school believes that they have ceased to meet those criteria, this would allow a charter school to challenge that under those criteria. It removes the language here around the length of time. So if a district ever loses its exclusive chartering authority, it could turn around and apply immediately to get it back. There's no longer a 1-year waiting period where a district couldn't recover that. So I think this makes it even more favorable to districts. The other two are the ones that the previous speaker mentioned on allowing schools that have multiple campuses to be able to do one audit. They still would be auditing every single school as a component unit of that master audit, so there's the same depth of content. What you're doing is allowing them to do it as one audit for 5 campuses instead of 5 separate audits with 5 separate contracts, which seems to me the epitome of government waste. And keep in mind, we fought profoundly a couple of years ago that districts didn't want to actually have any school-by-school auditing of financial transparency for any of their schools, let alone to have everyone do their own entire audit. Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So it keeps that in, and then of course it keeps in the provision that prevents charters from being able to waive directly out of student contact hour time. So folks who want fewer waivers and more accountability for charters, you ought to support that measure. Those are the 4 things that are left in Senate Bill 187 after Amendment 3 is passed. I'd ask you to support it. I think this should garner broad support with this amendment. I'd ask for an aye vote on Amendment 3.
Any further discussion on Amendment L003? Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is one of those instances where I wish we could go farther. I wish we could do more. Amendment 3 works to strike a balance between those in this room that are excited about the innovation and the opportunities that charter provides, and those that have concerns about how much flexibility we're giving them. So I appreciate folks being willing to work on this and have this discussion, and ask for your support on Amendment 3.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Taking a look at L003, there are some parts in this amendment that I think are good. Specifically, specifically around the school performance plan, Section 1, and I think it was Section 4 under the automatic waivers. A couple other pieces as well. However, some of the more troubling aspects of 187 are left in with this amendment, specifically around the network auditing piece. I'm not comfortable with going. It seems to be moving us in the direction of less openness, less transparency around what is happening with taxpayer dollars within these charter school networks. And with that, I'll be opposed to L003.
Any further discussion on L003? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L003. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L003 is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion? Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge a no on 187. Very briefly, it provides less accountability and transparency with fewer unified improvement plans, UIPs, that we can use to track the process of charter schools than we do neighborhood schools. And there'll be less detail in the audits with charter schools treated as component units. And the fear is it can dangerously allow commingling of funds from multiple districts if a charter network extends beyond a single district, all the while demanding additional accounting from districts for services provided to charter schools. So once again, I would urge a no vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 187? Senator Kerr, there is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, would you please read Amendment L002?
Amendment L002, Senate Bill 187 by
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L002. L002 takes the original bill. It only keeps 4 of the 9 sections, all of which I believe have been discussed at this point, specifically the school performance plan, moving that to every 2 years, Section 4 on the automatic waivers, and then also Sections 7 and 8 around the itemized accounting. Basically strikes the other 9 sections. What I do like about this bill, and I'll walk and talk carefully here because I know we're specifically not speaking about any other bills that might have numbers like 1, 8, and 8 in them, but this amendment would require CDE to give us some good data on what is happening with mill levy sharing, local mill levy sharing in our districts. One of the things we saw in the Education Committee, and there was some confusion about, was as the discussion around mill levy sharing, it came out, most districts, especially our larger, more populous districts, but most districts are already doing this. So DPS, Jeffco, Douglas County, Boulder, Cherry Creek, the bigger districts that have more of the charter schools are doing this already. But the data, the spreadsheets that we were given had kind of some conflicting information on this. So we want CDE to take a few months, sit down, compile the information, and report back to us data so that we know exactly which districts are and which districts are not sharing the mill levy, the local mill levy shares, and that we have that information from what we hope is our most unbiased source possible. Most of the data we were looking at came from either proponents of this bill or opponents from this bill, and we were hoping that we could get that information. Additionally, L002 adds in some language around best schools that currently, under current law, a charter school has to be chartered for 5 years before they are able to apply for best funds. And originally, there are some other bills happening where that language was changed, but the Education Committee report changed that to 0 years, that a charter school upon chartering could immediately apply for best funds. This would strike a balance in there and say that a charter school has to be chartered for 3 years before they can apply for best grants, but it would also say that must apply to all schools. All schools must either be chartered or be in existence for 3 years. So this amendment would truly level the playing field across the state. You could not have a brand new school, whether it's a charter school or a neighborhood school, you could not have a brand new school that immediately starts applying for best grants. They would have to wait 3 years. I think that's a good balance and helps level the playing field. With that, I would ask for your aye vote on L002.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also rise in support of this amendment. a lot of the discussion, let's call it debate, over the necessity of these bills has been, what's the data really and truly say? What are the resources that are really and truly available for charter schools? What is really and truly the demographics of the students that they serve? What is really and truly the need? This amendment goes a long way towards answering those questions, and frankly, of maybe addressing some of the concerns of those who are suspicious of any attempts to so-called equalize the funding between charters and neighborhood schools. So let's just find out what the real data from an independent source is on resources and demographics. That's what this would do. I urge you to support the amendment.
Any further discussion on L0? Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we discussed this amendment in committee. We had a long discussion on it. The amendment we just put on probably went partway between this. Unfortunately, this amendment guts the bill and turns it into a study, and not just a study, but a study that would put a significant burden on our public schools in terms of coming up with all of this additional data that we're saying. So again, we talked about this in committee, understood it wasn't good policy. I was happy to work with folks across the board on another amendment, Amendment 3, that we just put on. So we stick with that and reject Amendment 2.
Any further discussion on L002? Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask for Senatorial 5 to try to understand how this amendment, L002, fits with what we just did with L003. It appears to me we're amending something that doesn't exist anymore, and I'm just trying to understand what we're doing.
The Senate will stand in recess for Senatorial 5. To order. Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw L002.
Senator Heath, or I'm sorry, Senator Hill. Anything further? Okay, the motion for the body is the adoption of L002. All in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. All right, L002 is withdrawn. Okay, to the bill. Any further discussion on 187? Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm disappointed that we had to withdraw the previous amendment because it goes to the problem of the fact that we don't have real data, real information, and which we can't do if this bill moves forward. So I would urge you, on the sake of transparency and equitable demands upon neighborhood schools and charter schools, to vote no on this amendment, or no on this bill.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 187? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 187. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and 187 is adopted. Mr. Majors, please read Senate Bill 188.
Senate Bill 188 by Senator Hill, Representatives Williams and Sias, concerning increasing charter schools' access to resources.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 188 and the Education Committee report.
To the Education Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Ed Committee report, we just clarified, we pulled back one of the requirements we felt was a little bit too strong and just said that this list of schools and resources that a district owns shall be available to anybody upon request within 48 hours. But we're drawing back that requirement that those had to be posted on the website. And then we clarified a mill levy equalization fund for CSI schools. We clarified the rules for how that was going to work, and that we were not putting any new money to that at all. Again, so there was no money going to the CSI mill levy fund.
Is there any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Education report to Senate Bill 188. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Senate Bill 188 works to address an ongoing challenge that we have in our public schools. We recognize that charter schools are public schools, and yet in many cases, students attending these public charters are only receiving 80 cents on the dollar that students are receiving in their traditional neighborhood schools. And so what this bill does, it works to ensure that our constitutional requirement for a thorough and uniform system of free public schools does apply to all districts, or all schools within a district, and that unless a local mill levy, again, these taxes that local districts have passed to fund public schools, unless that was passed for a specific program or grade level or something that the authorized charter school clearly doesn't offer, then the revenue generated by that tax, a tax on all the citizens within that area, that should be distributed on an equitable pro rata basis to all children attending charter schools of that district. We also wanted to clarify that underused or underutilized or vacant buildings or land within their possession, these would be available for charters to submit proposals on how this land, these resources, public resources, could be used. We're trying to create an opportunity for innovation. Rather than for us telling folks exactly how they had to be done, we want to say, let's create a competition for state and district-owned resources for our public schools to say, what's the best, most innovative way we can use these to ensure that every single one of our children has the best education opportunity possible. In addition, we are setting up, as I mentioned in the Ed Committee report, and clarifying a framework for the Charter School Institute mill levy fund. Right now, they do not have access to taxes passed within the local district, and so we're setting up a framework while not putting any money to it, but setting up clearly a framework so that in the future, hopefully, if oil and gas prices rebound, if assessed values rebound, if we see a recovery on this economy and some of the anemic growth that we've had, that we have a way here to put money towards, whether it's a few dollars or whether it's all the way up in equalizing funding across the board. We have a mechanism here to put this money and make sure that each and every single one of our children in Colorado is treated equitably within a district. And then there have been there's a rule right now if you're going to apply for BEST funding. Reminder for you all, BEST funding is Building Excellent Schools Today. There's a chance for us or for districts to apply for these specific funds. But right now we have a requirement that a charter school has to have been chartered for 5 years before they can apply for that. And there's no such restriction for traditional public schools. And so we're taking away that 5-year restriction and eliminating a requirement that a charter has to submit a letter of intent prior to the actual application for those BEST funds. Finally, we're making an addition of maintenance to the allowable list of charter capital construction expenses. So in all of these, the goal is recognizing our constitutional requirements here, that thorough and uniform means uniform for all children within a district. And it's no longer appropriate that we treat some children as worth less within their district than other children attending public schools. Ask for your support on Senate Bill 188. I do have several amendments. Maybe I'll just go ahead and we'll go ahead and offer those amendments, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 11.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, would you please read Amendment 11?
Amendment L011 to Senate Bill 188 by Senator Hill.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Amendment 188 recognizes two things that we're doing here. One is, originally we were saying by next year they have to equalize these funds, and this phases that in over 2 years. I've heard some feedback that this was going to cause some potential challenges, and so rather than just doing it right away, this is a 2-year phase-in that clarifies that it's going to be 50% in 17-18 school year, and then up to 100% mill levy sharing by the 18-19 school year. Because of that, we have to, you see that just we're renumbering paragraphs there. And then finally, we're clarifying that very last section on the amendment. I'll just read it to you, colleagues. It says, this section does not require a school district to recalculate the distribution of or to redistribute any additional mill levy revenue that the school district collected before the 2017-2018 budget year. And so this just clarifies that we're not forcing you to claw back money that's already been committed, that's already been set aside for this, but going forward, prospectively, new money that comes in through these taxes has to be shared. Ask for your support on Amendment 11.
Any further discussion on L011? Senator Merfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge a no vote. Basically, this just stretches the pain out a little bit longer, so maybe it's not quite as destructive as it would be with all one fell swoop, but it's like the dentist pulling your tooth out halfway and say, I'll get the rest of it in a year. I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on L011? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L011. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L011 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, please read L016.
Amendment L016 is Senate Bill 188 by Senator Johnston.
Senator Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 16 to Senate Bill 188.
To the amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Amendment 16, in collaboration with some folks on my side of the aisle, I think helps clarify a couple of the measures that folks were concerned about. Again, in the spirit of compromise, trying to get the broadest amount of support here for this legislation and find a common sense solution. Senate Bill 188 withdraws two sections of, Amendment 16 takes out two sections of 188. Particularly, it takes out the section on the creation of a CSI fund, which would be the fund that would allow future legislatures to appropriate dollars to cover CSI schools that don't have access to any mill levy overrides. I think that will continue to be a challenge for legislatures in the future to think about, and saw some compelling articles this week, even by superintendents around the state who I respect, who've called for us to find a solution to this problem. I think there's not appetite this year to do that, and so this withdraws the creation of that fund and withdraws some language around district sharing of mill levy overrides with charter school institute schools. So I think that's tried to really focus this on the direct partnership with district charter schools, which I think was the major intent of Senate Bill 188. So I'd ask for an aye on Amendment 16.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I'll sound a little bit repetitive here as I did on 187. This does pull back some of the measures that we had put in. I felt like this was a very strong bill as it was introduced and as it came out of the Senate Education Committee, but I also recognize that this process is certainly not one-sided, and I want to thank some of my colleagues for being willing to work with me on this. Again, I think it does strike a good balance here to say, let's focus on what we came here to do and make sure that we can phase in and create a partnership in some of these districts where a partnership doesn't exist, but a partnership between the traditional public schools and the public charters, and make sure that we can work together going forward to ensure that every child in Colorado has a thorough and uniform system of free public schools. So I will ask for your support on Amendment 16.
Any further discussion on L016? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L016. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L016 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, would you please read L015?
Amendment L015 to Senate Bill 188 by Senator Hill, amendment bill page 5.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Amendment 15 is the last one I have to offer.
Please move it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 15. What Amendment 15 does, colleagues, is there are a couple of schools around the state that have actually built their facilities outside of the district in which they're chartered, and some of their some of their local school boards and superintendents have reached out to me and said they had concerns based on how the bill was written. And I understand their concerns and hear their concerns and share them, and that's why I bring you Amendment 15 that just clarifies that this mill levy sharing only applies to districts, to children who reside within the district where the school has been authorized, not exactly where the school is located. Ask for your support on Amendment 15.
Any further discussions? Senator Johnston.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd also ask for support on Amendment 15. This was a critical part of testimony in Senate Ed Committee. One of our superintendents from Colorado Springs, Walt Cooper, brought this up, that they have a pretty unique situation where they have a charter school situated right on the district boundary of another district. And so, long story, but historically that used to be a part of their district. The zones got changed, and so now they have a charter school in their district that actually does not sit in their district boundaries. And so as a result, they have 80% of their kids coming from out of district to that charter school. They currently don't share mill levy overrides with either out-of-district students in their district schools or in their charter schools. So they are currently equitable. They're just equitable in the not sharing. And I think this reinforces that to say, we're just saying treat kids similarly. This gives you two options on how to do that. Congratulate the sponsor on a good fix to a real problem that was raised on committee. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to support L015, but let me explain why. And if Senate Bill 188 is to make it all the way through the process, get signed into law, I would rather it get signed into law with this amendment, because I think it does address a particular issue in a particular district out of our 178 districts. I think it helps to address that issue. Again, 178 school districts, one school district brought this to our attention, and this amendment helps address that. But this also goes to why I will be in opposition to Senate Bill 188, even with this amendment. And that is because we have 178 different districts, locally controlled districts. Unless we are willing to run 178 amendments addressing each one of their particular issues, their particular concerns in their district, I'm not sure that the bill in general is a direction we should, in fact, I'm quite sure that the bill in general is a direction we should not be moving in. So like I said, I'll support L015 because it addresses one issue in one district, but again, what about the other 177 school districts and their locally controlled, locally elected school boards and issues that are important to the folks who live in those other districts?
Any further discussion on L015? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L015. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L015 is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 188? Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from El Paso County for bringing forward this discussion on mill levies. I think one of the things that I would really like for us to emphasize is when we talk about local control and we talk about making sure that we have elected boards to make those decisions, that they know what is best for their districts, how to work together, how to partner, how to come up with different contracts for us at the state level to try to mandate and try to manage how each district operates individually is really disingenuous. I believe that those are some of the concerns that I have with Senate Bill 188. I think that, number one, we do have, as I said, elected school boards that when they work with charter schools, and they work in a favorable way, they work in a genuinely cooperative way of how are we going to be partners, how are we going to make sure that we are working to make sure children receive the best education possible. There's no school district that is going to accept a charter school that says, we're accepting you and now we hope you fail. That's not a partnership. The partnership is how do you come together and how do you make sure that students are afforded the best opportunities. So when we look at that and we look at mill levies, and we see that mill levies are obviously raised for special needs and communities and determined once again by the locally elected officials and the residents in that community. And there's already revenue sharing in many districts that works really well with the state mandates. Now, what we're addressing and what we're talking about right now is taking what I call a sledgehammer to an issue that I believe needs to be rectified and dealt with at the local level. There are 7 districts right now that primarily have the majority of charter schools. So we see Academy 20, Boulder Valley, Denver County, Douglas County, Falcon 49, Jefferson County, St. Vrain, and I believe School District 27J. Those are the districts that currently have the largest number of charter schools. Those are the districts that have already made an agreement. They have already figured out how they're going to make this work and how they're going to have a cooperative, and I want to stress the word cooperative. This should never be a divisive. This should not be them and us. This is about providing all children in all districts those great opportunities. So when we look at that and we see that there are a smattering of other districts that maybe have 1 or 2 charter schools, none of them are coming to us. I have yet to hear from any single school district or any single charter school that has come and said, this is what we need. I've not heard from them. And so in terms of looking at the value that charter schools bring to our state, there's great value. I'm a strong supporter of being able to think outside the box, to look at different ways of approaching and making opportunities available for students. But I think when we start looking at the state making the decisions as to who is going to whom will support mill levies, and that we make it a state level decision as opposed to the local decision, I think we've overstepped our bounds. I think what we've done is we've said, well, we don't trust that local districts can work in a mature and cooperative manner. So we're going to step in and we're going to override it for you and we're going to take care of it. That's concerning to me because I believe what that does in many cases, it destroys that foundation of that cooperative spirit and that cooperation that those 2 entities have in working together. A couple of other things that really concern me greatly, and that is the amount of waivers. When we talk about uniform education, then that means that we all have everything is equal. When I see that the majority of our charter schools, our children are being taught by uncertified teachers. They're not teachers that have gone through any certification. They may have a high school degree. They may have a few years of experience, but in terms of being certified and going through child development courses, teaching methodologies, any of those programs, they aren't. It doesn't mean they can't teach a child, because I think as parents, we all teach our children in one way or another. But if we're talking fair and uniform, then we're talking highest qualified, highest qualified. And so then again, it comes back to over 219 of these charter schools have already said, we're waiving out of teacher accountability. We don't want them to have test scores of the children to evaluate them. So we're going to waive out of that. That, again, is concerning. So fair and uniform means, are we equal? Are we on the same playing field? And we're not. And so those are concerns that I have. Currently, there are over 100 state laws and district policies that charter schools have waived out of. So when we are talking about fair and equal, and the expectation is one and the same, it's not. We also have charter schools that are operated by unelected boards. These are not one in the same. Are there some good things going on statewide, in public schools, in charter schools? Absolutely. And that's what we should be focusing on. That's how we make sure that all children are given that quality education. I think that one of the other issues that I would say in terms of where we are on Senate Bill 188 is the fact that when we are looking at a mill levy override, we're almost saying, well, our charter schools just are kind of treated less than. And I know the charter schools that I have visited, in many cases, have better equipment than many of the public schools. They have more IT materials. And so, fair and equal. This is not about making sure that we are putting one group of children above or below. It is a matter of allowing school districts to figure out what are those cooperative services, be it special education, be it services that provide for PE, music, art, be it looking at a wide spectrum, and again, trying to bring the best for all children. In my mind, I don't want to go to a doctor who's not certified. I believe there is a professionalism of educators and teachers. I believe that I want all of our children to have that opportunity to be educated by people who have said, this is the profession I choose, and this is my commitment to teaching children. I think those are important distinctions. Again, let me emphasize, Denver, Academy 20, Boulder, Douglas County, Falcon 49, Jefferson County, St. Vrain are the districts that have the majority of charter schools. They already have a cooperative agreement. Why do we need, as a state, to come in and swoop in and say, well, we're going to take care of this for you? They've already rectified it. They've already figured out how to work in that cooperative manner. Again, other districts that have one or two charter schools are working with their boards, and if they need help with that, if there needs to be more cooperation, then that's the piece we need to be helping with districts and charter schools to make that happen. We do not need to pass a bill that is taking a hammer to what can be dealt with at the local level. I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 188.
Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
turn will
Colleagues, I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 188. My colleague from Aurora just mentioned Jefferson County. Our history in Jefferson County on equalization was poor, less than poor, actually. It was horrendous until we had a school board that was finally elected prior to this school board, and they actually equalized charter schools. And of course, they were rewarded by the union's attack, and they were recalled because, you know, when we talk about choice, school board elections aren't exactly the most well-attended affairs. And a minority of the minority usually elects school board elections because they basically, they're done in off years, and that's just the way it is. But this provides what Jefferson County now has, because that previous board actually made corrections and allowed equalization of funding. It's about justice. It's about civil rights. It's about making sure that anybody that's getting a public education, and I'd love to see it everywhere. My goal is always to see money follow the student. That's not what this bill is about, though. This is just allowing equalization of funding even within the small public school spectrum. And when we hear about qualifications and we hear about waivers, colleagues, educational opportunity doesn't mean every single school must look exactly the same. This isn't about being part of the Borg This is about allowing parents and students equal opportunities within the public school realm. That's what this bill does, and I urge an aye vote on 188.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to continue the discussion around the history of Jeffco schools, specifically around charter schools and specifically around our last couple of school boards. As was mentioned, we did have a school board majority a few years ago that did vote to equalize the mill levy amounts throughout Jefferson County, including our charter schools. A move which actually, for Jeffco schools, I think works for Jeffco schools, and I actually supported that. I support continuing that for Jeffco schools. However, I would even go a little bit further and say that what we actually need to do in Jeffco is to have an election and make sure that the people of Jefferson County support that and enshrine it with voter approval to make sure that a future school board that does not support charter schools and does not support the equalization takes that away. We should, next time Jeffco Schools goes to tries to do a mill levy, we should make sure that language is included in there. So just to be clear, I want to make sure that it's clear that there were folks who were not in support of that school board majority that do support equalization of mill levies in Jeffco schools, a local decision made at the local level. And that is part of our opposition to Senate Bill 188. However, speaking of that particular school board majority, they also authorized a charter school that I think goes far and away from this idea of providing a fair and equitable education. Specifically, when it comes to some of their waivers around curriculum, and specifically around educating the children who go to this charter school around science, biology specifically, human sexuality, and evolution. So in the parent handbook that the kids from this charter school get, when they're talking about human sexuality, in the handbook it says, we refer parents to chapters 1 and 3 of Why Johnny Can't Tell Right from Wrong by William Kirkpatrick as a supporting reference for our philosophy on teaching human sexuality. Okay, so they're referring to a specific author as to their philosophy on teaching human sexuality. This author, William Kirkpatrick, has created a group called the Turning Point Project, whose mission, if you go Google the website, William Kirkpatrick's Turning Point Project, the mission says that they are dedicated to educating Catholics and other Americans about the threat from Islam. So this is the philosophy that is in the parent handbook for this charter school that parents get, and they say that they reference their philosophy on teaching human sexuality to William Kirkpatrick, whose mission of his Turning Point Project is dedicated to educating Catholics and other Americans about the threat from Islam. If you can connect all those dots, good for you, and help me with it. So as this school is talking about their curriculum, again, in their parent handbook, supposedly in their science classes, and it says that this is taught in science class, says sexual intercourse will only be discussed in the context of a monogamous relationship between two people of opposite sexes. So in their health ed curriculum, they are basically moving against what's state law and federal law in recognizing same-sex unions and couples. They go beyond that, though. They again talk about teachers adhering to the school philosophy as best seen in the relevant chapters of Kirkpatrick's Y.
Senator Kerr, can we redirect to the bill, please, on charter schools?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. I am bringing up examples, and since the example of the Jeffco School Board and charter schools in Jeffco was brought up, I am bringing up examples of waivers that certain charter schools have. And when the discussion around equity of funding and equity of education, I am bringing up examples of state law that this particular charter school is waived from. And as the argument goes that all kids deserve equal funding, I am making the point that there are schools where children are not receiving what is in state law as far as the education goes. So my belief is that this information applies directly to this bill.
Senator Kerr, I disagree. I think we need to get back to the funding of the charter schools.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This school, Golden Classical View, is funded with mill levy overrides, the same as every other school, neighborhood school in Jefferson County. In other schools that are funded with this mill levy override, teachers are not told to adhere to the school philosophy as best seen in the relevant chapters of Kilpatrick's Why Johnny Can't Tell Right from Wrong. In this particular school, the parent handbook says that teachers will engage the material in a serious way. The purpose will not be to claim so-and-so is happy as a single mother, or that Greek culture proves that homosexuality is an appropriate sexual preference, or any other highly contestable claims that violate our policies. The parent handbook goes on to acknowledge that this school follows the core knowledge sequence and introduces the theory of evolution in the 7th grade. Golden View Classical Academy will adhere to the core knowledge sequence. The theory of evolution in relation to human origins will
Senator
not...
Kerr, please, it's about funding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The school I am mentioning is funded equally in Jefferson County schools with mill levies, so it is funded equally, yet the children in the school are not receiving an equal education. Because as is stated in the parents' handbook, the theory of evolution in relation to human origins will not be taught at this time, yet the sentence before that says that the core knowledge sequence introduces the theory of evolution in the 7th grade. I also want to talk about funding of special needs children. And when we talk about fair and equitable funding for all kids in our schools, I think children with special needs are at the top of that list. Also in this parent handbook, it says when a child with special needs is considering enrolling with Golden View Classical Academy, the family will be informed of the services provided by the school and the current staffing levels. If a child has special needs that the Golden View Classical Academy staff cannot adequately address, the school will work with the school district staffing specialist to find a nearby school which provides the required services. This will happen prior to enrollment or during the staffing process for new referrals. I'd like to see that in the parent handbook of any one of our neighborhood schools in Jeffco, or especially any of the other schools that neighbor Golden View Classical Academy, because as it says, this school will look at their own staffing and then find a nearby school which provides the required services. When we talk about fair and equitable education, fair and equitable funding, I think this is a perfect example of where that is not happening in some of our charter schools. I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 188.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this bill is being sold as a bill that should be used to level the playing field and for fair and equitable funding. Well, I'm all for that. I would like to see a level playing field. Currently, the field slants pretty steeply towards the charter school industry. Charter advocates are quick to highlight that there's 225 charters and over 108,000 students, and that would be the largest district in the state, but they're not a district. And charter operators, this is what's important, it seems to always be ignored. Charter advocates, charter operators knowingly and voluntarily apply and to enter contracts with their district or with CSI to provide set educational services to students. This bill fails taxpayers and parents, but most importantly, I think it fails more than 750,000 students who attend traditional neighborhood schools across our state for the following reasons. And that gets ignored so often we have this debate about charters. It's about, as I said earlier, fairness, equitability. This is an assault, number one, on local control. Mill levy equalization is a decision that should be left to local school boards. And let me repeat, those are elected local school boards, not appointed, elected local school boards. Secondly, funding equity requires accounting for other funds. Unlike neighborhood schools, charter schools can accept and spend gifts, grants, and donations outside the purview of a local school board. This is a result of special exemptions that charter schools have from law. And since 2010, charters in Colorado have received over $82 million from the U.S. Department of Education Charter School Program, only for Colorado charter schools, not for neighborhood schools. None of that $82 million went to the neighborhood schools, charters only. A real frustration is waivers. And it's never brought up when you discuss equitability, but here's 17 automatic waivers that every charter school gets. In addition, they can request and have been granted historically over 100 other waivers. We're talking like waivers to allow them to have unlicensed teachers. And as I said earlier, accept gifts, grants, and donations. No minimum requirement for hours of teacher-pupil instruction. Also, as was mentioned earlier, they don't have to accept SPED kids. They don't have to accept ELL kids. They don't have to accept at-risk kids. And those children are very expensive to educate. And yet, the neighborhood schools have huge ratios, much greater than the average charter school in addressing the needs of special ed children, ELL children, and at-risk children. There's a difference in accountability, a different level of taxpayer input and oversight for charter schools. Charter schools, as I said earlier, have non-elected boards established as a set entity as part of their contract. Charter and neighborhood school accountability committees have different roles and responsibilities. Finally, we have already, as you all know, chronically underfunded K-12. But when I was first elected to the House, I can remember having discussions and debates over charters, and I was told, we, quote, we can do it cheaper and we can do it better. Well, with only the exception of some mostly exclusive charter schools, could they say that they're doing it better? And obviously with these bills today, they don't feel that they can do it cheaper any longer. So in conclusion, equal funding should mean equal accountability. I would urge you to defeat this bill.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I happen to represent two school boards, St. Vrain Valley and Boulder Valley, that welcome and deal with, I think, very equitably charter schools. In fact, they embrace charter schools, as do I. I've had the privilege to visit a number of charter schools and obviously a lot of public schools as well. And I think what I find to be true is there are really good charter schools. There are some that are not so good. There are really good public schools. There are also some that we would like to be better. That is not the issue, and I don't think that is the issue that Senate Bill 188 deals with. I do not view this as a pro or con charter school bill. I view it as us trying to figure out how to deal with charter schools in the greater picture of education in and of itself. And certainly this offers a very, I think, real and positive alternative in terms of charter schools. What I do think, however, this deals with is this whole issue, and my colleague from Aurora brought it up, as did my colleague from Colorado Springs. This does deal with local control. I'm looking at a document that Boulder Valley Schools provided me that has actually 5 charter schools, really good charter schools: Boulder Preparatory, Horizon, Justice High School, Peak to Peak Charter Schools, Summit Charter Schools, all really, I think, charter schools that are doing a good job. So this is really not the point. The point is that Boulder Valley, St. Vrain, other school boards have sat down and dealt with this issue just like they deal with everything else, to try to figure out the best and most equitable way to fund schools. What this bill does, and let me just read what they are saying and why I'm going to vote no on this bill. Senate Bill 188 will negatively impact the carefully negotiated agreements between Boulder Valley School District and district charter schools concerning the disbursement of mill override dollars and bond funding. Furthermore, they go on to say the allocation of resources is one dimension of the financial, instructional, and administrative relationship that exists between Boulder Valley and each of the individual charter schools. A state-mandated contractual relationship will negatively impact the mutually beneficial agreement regarding revenues, services, and facilities that exist between the charter schools and school district. That's why I agree with what the school board is saying, what Boulder Valley is saying, that this will have a negative, not a positive impact, but a negative impact on the relationship between public schools and charter schools. Every school board in this state has the ability right now to sit down and negotiate what they feel is a fair relationship between the public schools and individual charter schools who apply to them to be chartered. That is the way I think it should be. We have, in this body, for the 8 years I've been here, sat down and discussed all kinds of issues, most recently testing, where the whole conversation was around balancing the issues of locally elected school boards and the role of the state. And we tried very hard to balance those. We did that with testing, and I think in a very fair and equitable way last year. I think this bill fundamentally destroys that relationship, that balance between local school boards and the state. And it's for that reason and that reason alone, I'm going to ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 188.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill? Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, just to wrap up on a couple of things here. We did have charter schools from El Paso County, from Moffett, from Aurora, folks coming and saying why this bill was important. So it was said that folks didn't say they wanted this. A lot of people are saying this is important. And as we clarify, there are different services. We recognize that charter schools and traditional public schools all offer different opportunities for our children. And we have worked extremely hard in this bill to ensure that there's flexibility and transparency on that accounting. And if you look at page 4 and 5, we talk about this additional mill levy revenue, that it doesn't apply specifically if they're, for example, if you're enrolled in AEC's alternative education campuses, students who qualify for free and reduced price meals, or who have an IEP, the special education programs, the school district can continue sharing revenue for these purposes so long as the amount distributed for each student is the same, regardless of whether or not the student is enrolled in a charter school or another school of the district. So we just want to make sure we're not telling that you have to share the money no matter what, but it's equal money for equal services within a district. That's what we mean by thorough and uniform. And so I just want to clarify, there is flexibility here, but it's not fair, it's not right to say that if a child chooses to go to one school, they're worth $8,000, but that exact same child, if they go to a school across the street, is worth $10,000. Thorough and uniform system of free public education means that we need to treat that same child the same way no matter what school they go to within that district. It's time for us to end this discrimination and move forward with the opportunity for each and every one of Colorado's students.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, I think it was insinuated, if not said specifically, that the superintendent of Cheyenne Mountain District supports this bill now. That is not true. He does not support this bill.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 188? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 188. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Ayes have it, and 188 is adopted. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of House Bill 1377?
House Bill 1377 by Representative Primavera, Senator Lambert, concerning the creation of a task force on the collection and security of digital images of evidence of child abuse or neglect.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1377, and I move the committee report from the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services.
To the committee report of Health and Human Services.
Thank you. We had 3 amendments in the Health and Human Services Committee. All of them, I believe, passed unanimously. That formed the committee report, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the committee report of Health and Human Services? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Health and Human Services. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'll briefly explain what the bill is trying to do here, and I do have 4 amendments from discussions we've had with stakeholders since the Health and Human Services Committee met. The bill is basically forming a task force of several of, people throughout government, really, law enforcement, the Office of the Child's Representative, the Office of the Child Ombudsman, the Office of the Respondent Parent Council, the Colorado, I'm going to be running an amendment to add a representative from Colorado District Attorneys Association, several other members which will be in a different amendment. But the idea is to study this process of conducting assessments of children that have suffered from abuse and setting up some rules for our local human services officials to follow. This has been a discussion for the last several years, but there hasn't really been much progress following discussions, especially with the Office of the Child Representative. In committee, we heard from both the Executive Director of the Office of the Child Representative as well as our new Office of the Respondent Parent Council. They both supported 1377, and we have made some suggested amendments out of those conversations, and I will, Mr. Chair, present a couple of those amendments.
There is an amendment on the desk. Thank you.
With that,
Mr. Majors, would you please read Amendment 005?
Amendment L005 to House Bill 1377 by Senator Lambert, amend reading gross bill, page 12, after line
Lambert.
20, insert parentheses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please move the amendment.
Thank you. I move L005. One of the bills we presented for the last couple of years had to do with the electronic discovery system. That is a system, a new computer system basically, that is being used by it's actually under the auspices of the Colorado District Attorneys Association, but the idea is to collect evidence or collect discovery from its point of origin, digitize that evidence, and then make it less expensive, hopefully more secure, when we share that information with all the lawyers that are involved with any particular case, including our public defenders. The Office of the Public Defender, strongly supported that system, and since the state of Colorado has to pay really millions and millions of dollars for the cost of paper duplication of discovery or evidence, it's really been a burden on the state from the cost of reproduction. We're hoping that in the future, because it's digitized, because it's electronic, it will drive down costs, but it will also add to the security of the evidence that's being collected and distributed through the electronic system. What L005 does is try to basically bring in this discussion of how evidence is collected, how it's handled, and how it's stored. If we're going to an electronic environment to do that, there's an opportunity to actually eliminate some of the cavalier ways of some of the ways evidence is stored now. Different counties have different standards. In some cases, photographs are being collected of children that could otherwise be considered pornographic or sensitive material, and yet there's no real standards on how to store that. By bringing in a discussion of the e-discovery system, which is the first electronic discovery system in the United States that's statewide, hopefully that sets a new standard, will establish requirements for security and surety of that information within the electronic system, and we can actually set some rules, ground rules, as to how that will protect children as well as distributing this evidence to the lawyers that need to, and to the courts that need to discuss those in a particular abuse and neglect case. So I'd ask for your aye vote on L005.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I ask for an aye vote on 005. Members, this just adds another element to the discussion items that they are going to be having, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L005? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L005. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L005 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Okay. Mr. Majors, would you please read L006?
Amendment L006 to House Bill 1377 by Senator Lambert.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L006. L006 members was a correction to a confusing line within the committee report. So this amends the committee report. Briefly, what it combined two different ideas. One was protecting or mention the rights of the parents of a child, and then it went on to say, or a child between the ages of 15 and 18 years old could make some of their own decisions, but because it was merged within one sentence, it was not clear whether the parents' rights would terminate at when the child turns 15 years old or not. This was a discussion that we had with Director Trine Bailey, the Respondent Parent Council, as well as Dorothy Macias of the Office of the Child Representatives. We think this language makes it a little bit more clear to break out that combined sentence into two different sentences, and that's what L006 does.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for an aye vote on 006 as well. This is just affirming of current law, and so I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L006? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L006. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L006 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Thank you. Mr. Majors, would you please read L007?
Amendment L007, House Bill 1377.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007, and when this bill came out of the House, there was lots of discussion about who should be on the task force. Members, there has been an ongoing problem when we have commissions or task forces. Sometimes bills over-specify the particular individual characteristics of individual members that are going to be serving on that task force. And frankly, this has been killing our staff, not just our staff here in the Senate, but in the House as well. When a particular position is so over-specified that either you can't find a person who fits easily into that description, or if that person leaves the task force, it's hard to replace them if those individual descriptions are over-specified. I discussed this with our staff. We sent copies of this to the staff of the Speaker of the House as well as the Governor's office, and they agreed that sometimes when we do these, we need to be a little bit more circumspect about how we frame the requirements for the individuals on a task force. We tried to maintain all of the, include all of the members that were on the House version, but tried to make them a little bit broader in terms of the definition of who was going to be on there. We also added a couple of individuals, one representative from the Attorney General's office, also a representative from the Colorado District Attorney's Council. The reason for that is the other amendment we just adopted about the necessity of having the electronic discovery as part of this discussion. And to be there, I think that we need to have a member of the District Attorney's Council as part of the task force to explain where we are going with electronic discovery, because that's going to be a statewide standard that should involve all of the security and surety of personal information of children and parents and so forth within that system. So that's why we added those individuals. Also, since there are appointments being made by the governor's staff, the speaker's staff, and the Senate president's staff, we added what I call a wild card. So each one of those organizations can add just an individual of their own choice, maybe because all of the other requirements don't quite fit. Our staff has a real problem fitting square pegs in round holes and vice versa, and we need to have something that's a little bit easier on our staff, a little more flexibility. So hopefully this is something, if we pass L007, this will set a little bit more of a precedent to relax some of these over-restricted things that we put in some of our bills, and this will be a lot easier. This is only going to be meeting for a couple years, and we don't want to take a couple of years just to fill 21 positions. So this will give our staff a little bit more flexibility without compromising the people that are going to be participating on the council or on the task force. So I'd ask for an aye vote for 007.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of 007 and ask for an aye vote. It is a comprehensive list of those who are professionals in child welfare, as well as having the flexibility of the last two. So thank you so much for the sponsor for bringing it forward.
Any further discussion on L007? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L007. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. L007 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Thank you. Mr. Majors, please read L008.
Amendment L008, House Bill 13.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I promise this is the last amendment I have today. So as we came out again of the Health and Human Services Committee report and distributed this to
Senator, could you please move L008?
thank you. I move L008. I sent copies to the House sponsor, to the bill drafter, to several of the parties involved, from Office of Child Representative as well as the Respondent Parent Council. I think they sent copies over to the Child Ombudsman, as well as working through some people in the lobby that are working this with some of the counties. And basically, L008 is, I would describe it as tweaking language to make it better. For instance, we want to consider constitutional standards and case law. That was a suggestion that came from the Office of the Child Representative. I don't think any of these suggestions definitely don't take anything away from the bill. What we've tried to do is to make the study as broad a conversation as possible and inclusive of those things that both the stakeholders and basically our government officials need to discuss. That's what L008 does, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification from the sponsor that this language on 008 has been vetted by OCR and Ombudsman and Respondent Parents Council, and everybody's okay with this one?
Yep, Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we have sent copies of this. As a matter of fact, we've gotten some specific input from Dorothy Macias in the Office of the Office of the Child's Representative, OCR, which also has something to do with digital scanners. I don't know what, but anyway, yes, they've actually rewritten some of the language here. But most of this is clarification language to make sure that we're getting all of the both the legal definitions on the table as well as drafting this broadly enough so they have the conversation.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. L008 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Lambert.
Thank you. Those are all the amendments I have, Mr. Chair. I would like to say that 1377 is coming at a very important time. We had the bill last year which moved the Office of the Child Ombudsman from DHS over to Judiciary. We have created the new Office of the Respondent Parent Council, which I believe is about 122 days old now. This is a very important time to bring all of those groups together with the Office of the Child Representative. And as you know, members, the lawyers that represent indigent children sometimes have to be in court, have to be in opposition to the lawyers that are representing respondent parents. However, there's, I believe, unanimous agreement in both offices as well as the Child Ombudsman that we need to have this discussion. We need to have people at the table from Department of Human Services, county lawyers, members of the private bar, others that are coming that can, as well as the District Attorney's Council, that can bring all of these new events in, put it in the environment of the fact that we're going to be taking very, very sensitive digital photographs that go into evidence. They need to be robust, so when child neglect and abuse does occur, and it will occur in the future, that we have the most robust system of collecting that evidence, securing it, and then disposing of it when that trial is over. That's what 1377 tries to do, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ditto.
Very good. Any further discussion on House Bill 1377? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1377. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and 1377 is adopted. Senate Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion for the body is to rise and report. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee will rise and report.
Senate will come back to order. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration.
$5.
Oh.
And I'm
I was so
clicking my pen.
I was so worried about calling you Mr., so I concentrate on Madam. Madam President.
$5. Up front. Go ahead. Senator Cook.
The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Majors, please read the report.
May 2nd, 2016, Madam President, Committee Whole Pieces reports that under consideration of the following test bills being second reading thereof makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 181 is amended, Senate Bill 187 is amended, Senate Bill 188 is amended, passed the second reading in order to engross, place on the counter for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1377 is amended, passed the second reading in order to revise, place on the counter for third reading and final passage.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion before us is the adoption of the report to the Committee of the Whole. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent or excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 181 as amended, Senate Bill 187 as amended, Senate Bill 188 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1377 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Message from the House.
May 2nd, 2016, Madam President, the House has passed on third reading to the Advisory Statute House Bill 1426 is amended. The House has passed on third reading and returns to Senate Bill 111.
Message from the Reviser.
May 2nd, 2016, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1426.
Special orders. Second reading of bills. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the reading of special orders, consideration of special orders, second reading.
The motion before the body is to resolve into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Cook will take the chair.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee will come to order, and the court will relax as soon as I get a list of the special orders. Okay. Okay, Mr. Majors, would you please read House Bill 13, Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, just want to clarify, I know we're moving a little fast here. We're actually back to page 1 of your calendar. We're going to pick up these three bills that were a holdover from the special reading calendar of last week. Then we'll talk about an updated special orders calendar, but for right now, we're just going to do the three bills on page 1 that's listed as a special order second reading of bills calendar. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Majority Leader Schiffel. Mr. Majors, please read the title of 1373.
House Bill 1373 by Representative Singer, Senators Holbert and Marble, concerning requiring school districts to adopt a policy permitting the use of medical marijuana by students authorized to use medical marijuana.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We proudly move House Bill 1373.
To the bill. Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to stand with my colleague in support of 1373. A few nights ago, something really spectacular happened in Senate Education Committee. A father from Denver, our colleague, asked for a standing roll call vote in committee. And we recognize some people who have struggled mightily to get their kids into public school and to be able to administer medicine to them that controls things like seizures. Medical marijuana in public schools is a bill topic that I would have said a year or two ago, I'll never do that. But what happened that night in Senate Ed really was the most proud moment that I've had as a member of the General Assembly. Republicans and Democrats learned together that something has occurred in Colorado, that children who are affected with things like seizures have found a way to manage those ailments, those interruptions to life. And as I started off in the testimony in the committee, I am so grateful that my wife and I have had to spend exactly 0 moments of our life holding either of our sons as they work through a seizure. For others, this is something that is a regular occurrence. When a seizure comes, it doesn't matter where you're going, what time it is, who you need to talk to, if the candles are lit and the presents need to be unwrapped. The seizure takes control. And here in Colorado, the voters decided to do something unprecedented. We move forward both with medical and recreational marijuana, and an industry has grown to where things are made from the cannabis plant that are not marijuana that you would smoke. And I think that's the first thing that we need to understand about 1373 is it does not, will not allow any smokable marijuana on a public school campus. It does not, will not allow a student to have his or her own marijuana and might share it with other students. It doesn't allow that either. It doesn't require anyone at the school to administer this medicine. A parent or designated adult caregiver would need to go to the school to administer the medicine. We met a young man, Jack, who is in a wheelchair and has 2 different types of cannabis-based medicine, one to control pain in such a way that is better for him than the menu of pharmaceuticals that he was on before that left him lethargic and asleep and really hung over. The other is a CBD-based medicine that helps him control his seizures. And another reason that I'm involved in this bill is a young man named Ben from Highlands Ranch. And his parents are friends of mine. And I didn't know for the whole time that I knew their family that Ben has epilepsy. And I didn't know until last fall that his parents had decided to give him a medicine called Charlotte's Web. And I have a bottle of it right here for you to look at if you would like to. Charlotte's Web is a marijuana-based medicine. I have to return this to its rightful owner and it's sealed, but if you'd like to come down and look at it, here's a bottle of it right here. This will not get you high. Why? Because it doesn't contain enough THC, which is the chemical, the substance in marijuana that has that psychoactive effect. This is what's called a CBD-based medicine. And that, it says right here, hemp extract. But it's made from a cannabis plant. Do you fear rubber plants? I don't. We have wonderful things like shoes and tires that are made out of rubber, but we also have rubber bullets. But I don't hear anybody wanting to ban the rubber plant because bad things could be made from it. And what I have had to learn is that Ben hasn't had a seizure in 4 months because his mom and dad decided to try this. And as long as they keep an even level of this CBD medicine in his system, he doesn't have seizures. And I think that's important for all of us. Those of us who voted no on the questions on the ballot, for me, living in a county where we have no medical or retail dispensaries, I need to face facts. I need to look at parents in the eye, and when they say my son, their son, hasn't had a seizure in 4 months, I need to accept that it's working for them. And I'm so proud to stand with my co-sponsor and all 9 members of Senate Education who stood, who wept, who hugged, who high-fived in celebration of the passage of 1373, so that kids in Colorado will have a chance to enjoy a public education, to get out into the world and be with friends, to communicate with each other. And I'm so grateful, Ben, for you reading your letter, for being able to write that letter and be able to read it to us and help us understand what life can be like if we just make the right decisions and help people who need help. Ben, you're a hero.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the good senator's sentiments from Douglas County. This bill was brought forth by some of the most loving, the most educated, and the most involved parents I have ever seen. These parents have been put under such incredible scrutiny by government and government entities only because they were taking an alternative choice to better the health and well-being of their children. I don't want to belabor this, but I just want to say, Ben and Jack, it is such an honor to have been able to meet you and know you, and I know this is just the beginning of some very, very good things for you and for us. Thank you for that opportunity.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do ask for an aye vote, and Mr. Chair, if you would allow it, if you're voting aye on this bill, let's turn and shout it to the gallery, because Ben needs to hear it. Ask for an aye vote.
Okay, turn and shout. Any further discussion on 1373? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1373. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed no. Ayes have it, and 1373 is adopted. Mr. Majors, please read Senate Bill 087.
Senate Bill 87 by Senator Baumgartner and Representative Tyler concerning public utility fee funding for the Highway Rail Crossing Stabilization Fund.
Senate Majority Leader Shuffle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee lay over Senate Bill 87 to May 3rd.
The motion for the body is to lay over Senate Bill 87 till May 3rd. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 87 will be laid over to May 3rd. Mr. Majors, please read Senate Bill 138.
Senate Bill 138 by Senator Scott and Representative Priola concerning a study of the delegation of functions of certain regulations related to motor vehicles administered by the Department of Revenue.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 16138 and the committee report.
All right, to the transportation report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill came out with a a positive recommendation to go forward. I ask for an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on the transportation bill or committee report to 138? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The transportation committee report is adopted. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 16138 is a great bill to help speed up things with the DMV and get a study completed so that we can make things much more efficient for our constituents. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there an appropriations report? Senator Scott? Okay, please move the appropriations report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I didn't see it there in the file. Senate appropriations. Sorry. Need to move the appropriations report. Thank you, Mr. Senator. I know.
To the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee approved SB 138.
Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I'll ask for a no vote on the Appropriations Committee report, because if you look at the Appropriations Committee report, you'll see what it is a no appropriations clause telling the department that they're going to have to perform the functions of this bill using existing resources, and we're not going to give them any additional financing to support the work that this bill requires them to do. And actually, this is the second time this year we've done this with the Department of Revenue, which is a concern, but I will stick to the bill in front of us and just suggest that the original fiscal note on the bill called for a $200,000 appropriation to support the work that the bill requires the Department of Revenue to engage in, and the decision of the Appropriations Committee was to disregard the fiscal note and put a no appropriations clause on the bill. And I just wanted to point that out for the body and suggest that this isn't probably the right way to get this done. For those of you that support the bill, not funding it won't get you any closer to your goal. So I'll ask for a no vote and speak to the merits of the bill when we get to that point.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none. Oh, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I remember correctly, the discussion that we had, this is about studying some functions, those deals with the Department of Motor Vehicles. I guess my concern is, why are we not already doing this? Is this something that they should be doing now? Is this something of their job to figure out what works and what doesn't work? And then if that's the case, why are we giving them $200,000 to do what they should be doing? Ask for a no or ask for a yes vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 138. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good bill, vote yes.
Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, colleagues, as I just pointed out, we are about to pass a bill that requires the Department of Revenue to engage in a study that is something they don't do today. That's why it takes a bill to direct them to do this. And we're choosing not to fund it. I don't support the underlying piece of legislation, but I like unfunded mandates on our departments even less. And so just realize that's what you're doing if you're supporting Senate Bill 138. I'd ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 138? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 138. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Ayes have it. 138 is adopted. Yep. Senate Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion for the body is to rise and report. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Majors, would you please read the report?
May 2nd, 2016, Mr. President, Committee Whole Basic reports under consideration of the following text bills being second reading thereof makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 138 is amended, passed on second reading in order to gross, placed in the counter for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1373 passed on second reading in order to revise, placed in the counter for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 87 laid over until May 3rd, 2016, retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
You've heard the motion. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes? 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. The report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Senate Bill 138 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1373 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 87 laid over until May 3rd and retaining its place on the calendar. Majority Leader Shuffle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we're going to head into yet another special orders second reading of bills calendar. I've conferred with minority leadership and the various committee chairs, and we're just going to do this for a little bit to try to prevent us from having to come back later this evening after committees. And so it's been distributed, but let me restate it for the motion, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special orders second reading of bills comprised of House Bill 1114, House Bill 1257, House Bill 1186, Senate Bill 186, Senate Bill 161, Senate Bill 19, Senate Bill 180, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 5 at the hour of 2:26. Yep.
You've heard the motion that the Senate take up a special orders second reading of bills calendar, which is listed on page 5 and 6 of today's calendar, with the exception of House Bill 1422 at the hour of 2:26. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Having reached the hour of 2:26, Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for second reading special orders calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders second reading of bills. Senator Cook will take the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Majors, please read House Bill 1114.
House Bill 1114 by Representative Del Grosso and Senator Ulibarri concerning the repeal of duplicate reporting requirements.
Senator Ulibarri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I move House Bill 1114.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1114 was originally listed on consent calendar. This has come out with strong bipartisan support in both the House and in the committees of reference. This eliminates a duplicative reporting requirement related to employment verification standards. Ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill? Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I also support House Bill 1114. We had some changes that happened on this bill as it went through the House that made it a bill that is frankly a win-win for everyone, so would urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on 1114? Seeing none, the motion from the body is the adoption of House Bill 1114. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. House Bill 1114 is adopted. Mr. Majors, would you please read House Bill 1257?
House Bill 1257 by Representative McCain and Senator Shuffle concerning implementation of the recommendations of the Committee on Legal Services in connection with legislative review of rules and regulations of state agencies.
Senator Shuffle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1257 on second reading. Ask for an aye vote. This too was pulled off the consent calendar to save time, so we'll save time by not talking about it.
Any further, senators? Any further discussion on 1257? Seeing none. Motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1257. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. House Bill 1257 is adopted. Mr. Majors, please read House Bill 1186.
House Bill 1186 by Representative Tyler and Senator Baumgartner concerning an allocation of a portion of fee revenues collected from public utilities to meet Colorado's grant match obligations under federal law governing the funding of fixed rail guideway safety oversight programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Shuffle. Senator Blumberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1186 and ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1186? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1186. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and House Bill 1186 is adopted. Mr. Majors, please read Senate Bill 186.
Senate Bill 186 by Senator Tate and Representative Lonte concerning disclosure requirements to be applied to small-scale issue committees under Colorado law governing campaign finance.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 186.
Is there an Appropriations Committee report?
I move the Appropriations Committee report as well.
To the committee report.
The Appropriations Committee voted in favor to make the appropriation associated with adjusting the reporting requirements of small issue committees.
Motion for the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Ms. Majors, please read Amendment L003.
Amendment L003 to Senate Bill 186 by Senator Tate and printed bill page 6, strike lines 23.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L003.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment corrects on the bottom of page 6, lines 23 to 24, kind of a phrasing error in the language that suggests that there's the $205,000 clause there is connected to the expenditures, not the amount collected by the committee in aggregate. So I consider that a clarification, and I actually have to thank my colleague from Denver for identifying the poor wording and making the suggestion. And again, I urge an aye vote on L003.
Any further discussion on L003? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L003. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. L003 is adopted. The ayes have it. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill seeks to make a correct, I guess I should say, clarify and make a little bit easier the burdens that, that small issues committees have in terms of reporting. Right now, we're in a situation where two separate court rulings have indicated that our reporting requirements for small issue committees violate First Amendment free speech rights. In both rulings, they direct some of our favorite people, the legislature, to do something. In one court case, the Coalition for Secular Government versus Williams notes that the Secretary is better served seeking help from the institution best equipped in our governmental system to solve the problem, the Colorado legislature. In the other ruling, the court advised state lawmakers that the Secretary of State will be on the hook for fees every time a group, which falls under the $200 trigger for issues committee status, has to sue to vindicate its First Amendment rights. Members, we're dealing with what is generally considered a free speech burden on small issue committees. This bill seeks to create a two-tier system by which that burden is minimized, hopefully addressing in statutory law the rulings in common law by the federal courts. And I urge an aye vote. It does help, and it has been recommended by the Secretary of State in response to these rulings. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 186? Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And colleagues, I rise with a great deal of interest in this bill and also with some concerns. And this is a bill that has some history. We debated this issue here in the chamber last year. with a different proposal to address this problem, but I'll confine my remarks to this year's proposed solution and let you know why I think it still misses the mark. This is a very difficult subject matter because at its root, the problem that we have is that the voters of Colorado, in their infinite wisdom, chose to put our state's campaign finance laws into our state constitution as a constitutional amendment. We have dollar figures and campaign limits embedded in our state constitution where we, the General Assembly, cannot change it. If they are to be adjusted, it's going to have to go back to the general election ballot in an even-numbered year for the voters to again change the Constitution to adjust campaign contribution limits. And the unworkable nature of this, I think, has become more and more apparent as time has gone on because we've had campaign finance measures declared unconstitutional, and now that we have this in our Constitution, we've had several pieces of what's in the Constitution now declared unconstitutional. And as activist as the federal judiciary has been on First Amendment campaign finance issues, changing the law with great frequency, it just bears out the folly of embedding your campaign finance laws in your state constitution. That was a bad idea from the get-go, and it's the reason we have a problem with this bill today. Because there are pieces of our state constitution, colleagues, that this bill contravenes. And it's unfortunate because I would like for there to be a solution to this problem. I believe wholeheartedly in free speech around political matters and ballot issues. I believe wholeheartedly in the ability of people to band together, to amplify their voices when speaking about state ballot measures that are on the ballot. When they want to function as an issue committee, we ought to provide them the greatest degree of First Amendment latitude that we can within our legal framework of requiring regulation and transparency of the money that is being spent in political campaigns. And to that end, in the Colorado Constitution, in Article 28, Section 7, it says very plainly that the disclosure requirements of Section 1-45-108 will be extended to issue committees. And in fact, it goes on to say it will be extended to require them to disclose the occupation and employer of each person who has contributed $100 or more to a issue committee, amongst other types of entities created in our state constitution. That is the Constitution that we all took an oath to uphold, that we have disclosure on issue committees, that donors of $100 or more will have their occupation and their employer disclosed along with their name and address. And Senate Bill 186 contravenes what the Constitution directs. And it does so because we have had our hands slapped on several occasions by the federal courts telling us that the provisions in our campaign finance law are too burdensome on the free speech, First Amendment rights of groups that are small, that want to raise small amounts of money to engage in campaigning. And I think the courts are right. I think that we do put too many burdens in the path of those who would engage in political speech, and that there has to be some point when the public interest in disclosure and transparency gives way to the everyday realities of a small group of people pooling a little bit of money together to make their voice heard on an issue of concern. This is an inherent conflict, and that is the tension that is at work here between constitutional interests around free speech and the ability to engage in political activity, and what the voters have said is the constitutional interest of the people to have transparency around whose money is at work in political campaigns. And right here, Article 28, Section 7 says we're going to make certain disclosures that also apply to issue committees. Now, as I said, the courts have slapped our hands a couple times on this. Most recently, about a month ago, the 10th Circuit issued a ruling where they went through and discussed how burdensome various components of the law are. And yet, their final conclusion was to enjoin enforcement of the law against the particular issue committee who is a party to the case, but to not strike down the law in its entirety so that the court's ruling in that case would apply to future cases. That's been the pattern so far. The courts have done what are called as-applied challenges, when the law as applied to one particular group and their fact pattern, the courts have said it's unconstitutional to enforce in this instance, but they have not enjoined the enforcement of the measure going forward. And so we all are left in a situation where we took an oath to uphold the Colorado Constitution, including Article 28, Section 7, and the courts are telling us that we ought to be doing something different. And we're back to where we were last year, where what we ought to be doing, folks, is amending the state constitution. And whether you want to amend the state constitution to solve this one discrete little problem, or amend the state constitution to take all of the campaign finance laws out of the Constitution so that we don't run into this problem every time a federal judge gets a new idea about the First Amendment, that would probably be a good idea. I would be in favor of that because I don't think campaign finance law really belongs in our state constitution, but that's where the voters decided to put it, and that's the mess that we're stuck in. And for that reason, I struggle mightily with what to do with Senate Bill 186, because this problem will recur. We will get sued again. Somebody else's First Amendment rights will be trampled on by the provisions of our campaign finance laws, and we don't have the power to fix that because we don't have the power to change the Constitution. And the Constitution dictates these things. Now, I have an amendment that I was going to prepare to suggest that maybe small donor committees could still disclose, and I'm sorry, the very small issue committees, don't want to get my Amendment 28 terminology mixed up, small issue committees could still disclose the address, name and address, occupation, and employer of donors of $100 or more, as our Constitution says. I think the 10th Amendment would probably, or the 10th Circuit would still say that that's too burdensome, and yet from my mind, that's us complying with what the Constitution tells us to do. This is a dilemma, and unfortunately, a statutory solution probably isn't going to resolve the dilemma. And so I will ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 186, and I also might keep cleaning up some of the language by offering another amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, would you please read amendment numbers L004?
Amendment L004 to Senate Bill 186.
Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move amendment L004, and this simply clarifies some language on page 7 of the bill where it talks about a small issue committee becoming subject to the requirements in law that apply to large issue committees. And I'll tell you, this is one of the tricky things about this bill, is that it tries to set dollar thresholds that small groups operate under, and yet those folks that are running a small little issue committee on their small local issue, they don't know when their issue is going to catch fire, when somebody's going to read about it on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram and send them a $100 check that they didn't solicit, and then another person, and before you know it, they've raised more than $200, and before you know it, it just keeps snowballing, and now they've raised more than $5,000, and they're subject to all of the disclosure requirements of issue committees. That's a very easy fact pattern to see occurring to someone, and yet I don't think the way this law is constructed, it does much help to people in that situation who start out small, start out as just a small band of people wanting to pool their resources so that their political message gets heard, and the next thing you know, they're entangled in a big mess of campaign finance law, some of which we don't have the power to straighten out for them. The amendment on the floor at least makes the law read a little better, even if it doesn't perhaps help with the ultimate problem.
Any further discussion on L004? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L004. All in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Ayes have it. L004 is adopted to the bill. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's a legislator to do? The federal judiciary says what we have in our Constitution creates an undue burden on First Amendment rights. We have a Constitution that gives some details about contribution limits and the like, but not necessarily some of the details of reporting. And we have the opportunity here to force the issue. The reality is, if we don't take the opportunity to try to ease the burden, as the courts have recommended, the litigation is going to continue to the detriment of really the state of Colorado. I would suggest this is a good bill. It puts our toe in the water, makes our legislative will be known that we respect First Amendment rights. We respect how there's a burden on First Amendment rights. And then hopefully we'll create the conflict necessary to get a resolution sooner rather than waiting till later when we might get around with a measure on the ballot itself in 2 years. So I would urge an aye vote on the bill. I think it's the right measured approach to respect all parties to this area of law. Thank you.
Senate Majority Leader Shuffle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee lay over Senate Bill 186 to May 3rd.
Motion for the body is to lay over Senate Bill 186 to May 3rd. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 186 will be laid over to May 3rd. Mr. Majors, please read Senate Bill 161. The title.
Senate Bill 161 by Senator Crowder and Representative Primavera concerning the regulation of athletic trainers by the Division of Professions and Occupations of the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 161 and the committee reports.
The Finance Committee report, please move that.
Mr. Chair, the Finance Committee report, they did go before committee. They did put an amendment on it. And it was a good amendment. You know, it was one that would work very, very well. I ask for an aye vote on the committee report for the finance.
Is there any further? Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the sponsor moving the Finance Committee report, and do ask your support there. There was a lot of negotiation after we were in the Business Labor Technology Committee about how this bill would affect schools, for instance, and those who are or are not athletic trainers, and really appreciate the sponsor working with those of us who had some concerns coming out of Business Labor Technology, and ask for an aye vote on the Finance Committee report.
Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report to Senate Bill 161. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also went through appropriations, and it was successful. And I would ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to 161. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Athletic trainers are highly skilled and well-trained healthcare professionals. They are an asset to the state of Colorado. There are 49 other states that do regulate them. I think it would benefit the state of Colorado extremely. You know, I do believe it's an important issue that we can live with. We've worked out a lot of details on this, and there's been a lot of people at the stakeholders meetings. So I would ask for an aye vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 161? Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I just wanted to rise in support of Senate Bill 161 and ask for an aye vote. The criticality of somebody getting, for instance, a concussion and making sure that they get the most appropriate care at the most critical time for them is very important for especially our youth, but for anybody at any age. And this also helps to drive down some of the healthcare costs because you're not over or under treating. The access to care, sometimes the athletic trainer is sometimes the only person on the field or available in the area, especially for those with TBI or spinal injuries. And so with that, with the children and adults at risk, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 161.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 161? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 161. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 161 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Senate Bill 19 be laid over to the end of the special orders calendar.
Motion for the body is to lay over Senate Bill 19 to the end of special orders calendar. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and Senate Bill 19 will be laid over to the end of special orders calendar. Mr. Majors, please read Senate Bill 180.
Senate Bill 180 by Senators Woods and John and Representatives Kagan and Ransom concerning a specialized program within the Department of Corrections for certain offenders who were convicted as adults for offenses they committed as juveniles.
No, I wouldn't do that. Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Together we move Senate Bill 180 and its associated Judiciary and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I would walk you through this line by line if that would be helpful, but let me just highlight the things we've done. Some of these fixes are technical regarding direct file and transfer of proceedings. That's moving out of the law. We had to change the statutes. We have removed sex offenders and the seriously mentally ill with the committee report. We will have another amendment that deals with the seriously mentally ill to offer in a moment. We've added restorative justice practices. We have specified the type of Department of Corrections facility that this program will call for, and we've made it a 3-year program minimum. We have pushed back the program development dates so that DOC has time to do that, and then all the subsequent dates have been pushed back as well. Part of this amendment says that offenders that are kicked out of the program have to wait 3 years to get back in. We've removed some duplicative language regarding clemency. Everybody has that right under the Constitution. It doesn't need to be in our bill. We've removed, we've added some more victims' rights in here, and lastly said that the victim has a right to be heard if they make a recommendation for early parole. So I've already moved it?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Any further discussion on the Judiciary report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Judiciary report to Senate Bill 180. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the Judiciary report is adopted. To Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you.
Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We added the appropriation in appropriations.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 180. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, please read L012.
Amendment L012, Senate Bill 180 by Senator John.
Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is the amendment I just spoke of a moment ago.
Please move the amendment.
Oh, thank you. We move Amendment 12.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This clarifies that someone is not in a treatment program within the department for a serious mental illness. This comes at the request of the DOC, and that it also gives other qualifiers to get into the program. They've obtained a high school diploma or an equivalent. They've participated in the programs, offered and demonstrated responsibility and commitment in that. They've demonstrated positive growth and change through increasing developmental maturity, and they've accepted responsibility for the criminal behavior underlying the offense for which they were convicted. So we ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L012? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L012. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L012 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, please read L013.
Amendment L013.
Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is our last amendment today, and it is one more time saying that victims will be notified.
Please move it.
Again, my apologies, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L13.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment says that victims will be notified if an offender is considered for placement in the program, so that victims get the notification at every step of the process.
Any further discussion on L013? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L013. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L013 is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, in addition to the 48 juveniles that were sentenced as adults to life without the possibility of parole, there are over 100 inmates serving long and sometimes virtual life sentences for example, 80 years. So this bill develops a special program for all offenders who went to prison as a juvenile, and it lets them apply for a special program if they're still in prison 20 calendar years later. Then after 25 calendar years, they can apply to the governor for early parole. This is something the governor could do under current law. This will also have the effect of equalizing some of the bad plea bargaining decisions that were made that we spoke about earlier with the question from the good senator from Southern Colorado. This is a very hard program. It's only going to be for the very best few offenders. And we've included victim notification and opportunity to be heard at all times at the request of the victims. So we ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 180.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 180? Seeing none, the motion of the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 180. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and Senate Bill 180 is adopted. Mr. Majors, please read Senate Resolution 005.
Senate concurrent resolution 5 by Senator Martinez, Humanic, Representative Priola in court. Submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning county surveyors in connection therewith repealing the requirement that each county in the state elect a county surveyor, and allowing each county to determine whether a surveyor should be elected or appointed, and to establish the term and any compensation to be provided to a surveyor.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I move SCR 005 and the local government committee report.
To the committee report.
The committee report basically amended the concurrent resolution on page 3, line 7, and added nothing in this section as amended shall be construed to extinguish or otherwise limit the term of a county surveyor serving a term or elected to serve a term commencing in January of 2017, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion to the local government committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. To the bill, Senator Martinez-Humanic.
Colleagues, my colleague from Aurora and I are bringing the Senate concurrent resolution. It's got bipartisan support both here in the Senate and in the House. What we are trying to do is trying to help with the counties that are currently in violation of the state constitution. We have 29 counties who have not elected surveyors in Colorado for one reason or another. And a lot of the smaller counties can't afford to pay them any more than $1,000 a year. In the Constitution, it's clearly laid out that the salary can only be $1,000 to $5,500 per year. Again, some of the smaller rural and frontier counties don't even have the surveyors with the expertise and knowledge to be able to even run to be elected to these positions. So we currently have 29 counties that are in violation of the state constitution. We also have a couple of counties that have had some issues with conflict of interest, whereby they have been representing somebody that lived in the county and have had to go to court and appoint someone as a deputy surveyor to represent the county, and there is a conflict of interest with their office versus who they're representing. We also have some counties that are paying over and above what the Constitution says is legal for them to pay. What this concurrent resolution does is it takes it back to a vote of the people to see if this should be removed from the Constitution and given back to the counties so that each county can decide if they want to appoint a surveyor or elect one or continue to do what most of them are doing now, and that's contracting out the work on a case-by-case basis. We also have counties that are in violation of the state constitution because they have appointed surveyors. The Constitution clearly states that surveyors must be elected.
Could we have a little more attention toward the front? Thank you very much. Senator Martinez-Humanic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the reason that we are bringing this forward is to get permission to go to a vote of the people to take it out of the state constitution so the counties can actually take this back, and they can pay surveyors what they are worth as far as their knowledge and skills and education, which they're not being paid now. And that would eliminate the conflict of interest. Those counties who have appointed rather than elected them that are in violation of the state constitution would then be brought into compliance as well if the people of Colorado determine that this is what should be done. CCI took a vote last Friday, and they are in support of this Senate concurrent resolution.
Is there further discussion? Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I asked for a no vote on this. We've talked about this in committee in previous years. And it's interesting to me, they bring up conflict of interest. Why wouldn't an appointed person have a conflict of interest as well as an elected person? I think that's a non-issue. They could both of them could have a conflict, and then you need to address that. So let's get down to the issue at hand. People's property is important. Private property, public property, you want it done right. So 100 years ago, they put this into the Constitution to say you get to choose the person that makes sure that that's done right. They do land surveys and they record boundaries. They reestablish and maintain the official government survey monuments. You ever been out on the ground and seen the little monument there that they survey off of? They're responsible for that. You want to put a third party out there that the people don't elect to do that? They review property boundary surveys and subdivision plats. You want those done right. And they do land surveying and certification. They help with disputes instead of going to court. That's a good idea, don't you think? They work in office as well in the field. Their office responsibilities include direct supervision of clerical and paraprofessional staff involved in processing and private or department-generated maps and documents pertaining to such issues as boundary and right-of-way prior to recordation. So they make sure it's done right before it's recorded. In addition, county surveyors provide data for engineers, architects, mining, construction interests, as well as resolving survey problems. There it is. Somebody you elect resolves the problem. And questions using appropriate computer software and recording survey data. That's true. The most urban counties or suburban counties pay $5,500. These people don't work 40 hours a week. They work less than that, but it's a bargain at $5,500. Any of you tightwads in here with the government purse? This is one heck of a deal. I know I'm a tightwad that way. So this is the best buy. And so the question comes down to, do you appoint or elect this person? For me, and I think for most Coloradans, if you ask them and explain to them what the county surveyor did and they knew how important it was for private property rights, they would say, I want to choose that person. I don't want them appointed. I want direct control over them. And if indeed they have a conflict of interest, then you need to put somebody else in there, just like if they were appointed. I think there's another way to solve this problem, and that's to address the direct issue of people not electing people. And also maybe paying them, quite frankly, a little bit more. But the testimony we had a few years ago was that good top-tier surveyors came in to do this kind of thing as kind of a public duty because they thought it was so important to get this right. And I think your voters will feel the same way. They want to vote on this person. You might ask, why do we elect a coroner? It's the same reason. The populace 100 years ago said we should have direct control over these people that can have a very big role and control our lives in some ways. And so to say we can appoint them now, I think it's a mistake. I think voters would probably say the same thing. So I ask for a no vote.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Senate Concurrent Resolution 5, and I think it makes all the sense in the world to allow counties to put this to the test, put this question to the voters. Let the County commissioners let the leaders of the counties decide. In Douglas County, we have a elected county surveyor, and I think the amount of $5,000 or $5,500 was mentioned earlier. We pay that amount in Douglas County. The person, as I recall, has no office, isn't really required to come to work, but they're there to fulfill a very narrow statutory requirement for a surveyor, and at the discretion of the county commissioners, a long list of things that they could do if directed by the commissioners. But in Douglas County, our commissioners don't direct the surveyor to do that majority of the work because we have county employees, we have an assessor and a treasurer who are equipped with technology that didn't exist 100 years ago. We have a title insurance industry that has technology that did not exist 100 years ago. And that long list of things that a surveyor could do that's in statute, our commissioners say, don't do that. Now, a few years ago, we had a surveyor who had a few disputes with our commissioners because it was his understanding that he took an oath of office to do all of those things. And through discussions, and I think even a trip or two to a courtroom, it was clarified, no, sir, as a sworn surveyor of Douglas County, you have this very narrow list of things that you are required to do, and this broad list of things that you could do if the county commissioners direct you to do it. But in a county like Douglas, our county commissioners don't direct the surveyor to do that because they have other elected officials, they have staff, and there's third-party vendors out in the private sector who do the work that had to be done by a surveyor 100 years ago. This is an office that if a county wants to elect, if the county wants to pay, fine, hold an election. But if a county wants to appoint or eliminate this office, I say under local control in this state, we ought to take this out of the Constitution and allow each one of the counties to decide what works best for them. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, like my colleague from Louisville, I'm going to ask for a no vote as well. And I didn't think I would be doing that a couple of years ago, but a couple of years ago, we had a primary for surveyor in Boulder County. And frankly, as I sat there and listened to that, I was thinking, why in the world are we doing this? But as I listened to both of the presentations, and these were friendly presentations, by the way. These were two people who obviously had high regard for each other professionally. But they did have a little different idea of what this job was all about. And I thought it was actually a very, very excellent presentation and for me, changed my mind as to why I think this is a good idea to have this body elected. Because like others, they are different nuances. And I did think for those of us that heard those two presentations, it was very healthy. So I would say we ought to continue that practice and would urge a no vote.
Senator Martinez-Shumanek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, when we did the survey again this year to see what the counties were doing, most of them are contracting this work out. Even the counties that have elected, which there are 25, and 5 of those may be doing some things. But many of the other ones, if they have an elected surveyor, are getting paid in that range of $1,000 to $5,500, and they don't do anything. They just get paid for their work, for not being there or doing anything. And a lot of the smaller counties, the clerk and recorder does the work that the surveyor would do as far as filing and reviewing records. In San Juan County, they appointed a surveyor simply because they knew they had to have one, but there was not one elected. Folks, this goes against the state constitution. You cannot appoint surveyors. They must be elected per the state constitution. You cannot pay $18,000 a year or $40,000 a year or another amount. I think there was one county that was looking at paying around $25,000 a year because it is not allowed by the state constitution. This group of specialized individuals deserves to have compensation for their knowledge and background. Currently, they cannot do that. I'll just go down the list here. Most of these counties are using private surveyor firms or engineering firms, and they're doing it on an as-needed basis. There's one small county that was actually contracting with another county 2 counties away on an as-needed basis because they had an elected surveyor. A couple of the counties said they've never had to use a surveyor since they could remember or it was noted in their records. Grand County has an active surveyor that works with folks, but he doesn't get paid for the work that he does. And he's happy to do it because he believes he's doing the right thing for the people in Grand County. Grand County has a lot of issues with past surveys that were done by county surveyors and by surveyors that lived up there in the early 1900s. There were many mistakes that were made. So they contract, and most of the people who have land disputes contract with a private firm to have new surveys done. What this is an attempt to do is not get rid of the surveyors. We don't want to get rid of surveyors. We need surveyors. What this concurrent resolution does is it takes it to a vote of the people to take this requirement that there has to be an elected surveyor because you cannot appoint them. It's a violation of the Constitution. You cannot pay them over $5,500 a year. It's a violation of the Constitution. Having the conflict of interest, violation of business practices, and a variety of things. So I would urge an aye vote to take this to the vote of the people. Give this back to the county so that they can decide. Those counties who want to re-elect the county surveyors that they have elected will do so. But this gives them the opportunity to actually pay those professionals a salary that they should be paid based on their knowledge and skill level. Some of the counties, even the larger ones, might do some property disputes, but what they do is they usually just go out and take a look at the private survey company survey versus what the county has on record. And they agree or they disagree. Some of the larger counties like mine, Adams County, the surveyor has been called into work one time in the last 20 years, 19 or 20 years. So in order for there not to be violations of this state's constitution that we have, that we hold dear here in Colorado, and to bring these counties that don't have an elected surveyor into compliance with the state constitution, it's very important that we approve this and allow people to vote on it. And if they choose to send it back to the counties, which is where this should be, then the county commissioners can elect to appoint a surveyor. They can elect to have one elected by ballot for their people, or they can continue, as they have been doing, and contract out that work with private surveyors and engineering companies. So I would urge an aye vote on this Senate concurrent resolution because we've got 29 counties that are in non-compliance of our state constitution, and quite frankly, that's not a good thing. It takes one phone call to each of those counties that has not got an elected surveyor, and they would have to put it on the ballot at a huge cost to them this year. And I don't think any of us want to see that happen either. So let's bring our counties into compliance by allowing the voters of this state the opportunity to take this out of the state constitution so that we don't have counties that are in violation of our constitution in a variety of manners.
Is there further discussion, Senator Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I think a picture was painted here that these people sit around and don't do much of anything. How many of you have ever gone out in the ground and tried to find one of these landmarks, these survey monuments? You know, the little metal caps you run along across? I've done that. It is not easy. That's what these people do. They're neutral third parties. They work out in the field. They work in the office, and a lot of them don't have an office because they're not there full time. But remember, we're paying these people $5,500 a month. These people do valuable and important work that is critical to people's private property. They do land surveys and record boundaries, reestablish and maintain official government documents, survey monuments, review property boundary surveys and survey plans, land surveying and certification. They also informally are a place for people to call when they have no idea where to go. And they do that. The testimony we had a couple years ago painted a real picture of people who work hard and probably a lot more than $5,500 requires, but they believe in what they do. And they resolve disputes. They're neutral parties. That's why they're elected. Now, here are the counties that do have elected surveyors. Anybody have one of these counties that they must believe it's a good idea, at least in some part, to be doing this and have an elected? Adams, Alamosa, Archuleta, Boulder, Conejos, Delta, Denver, El Paso, Albert, Garfield, Gilpin, Grand, Jackson, Jefferson, La Plata, Larimer, Los Animas, Mesa, Moffett, Montezuma, Morgan, Ouray, Park, Pueblo, Rio Blanco, Route, San Miguel, Summit, and Teller. That's a real mix of counties. Let me say that my major point here one more time. This is critical work for people's private property. These people are neutral parties that people vote for because then they can trust them. You won't have that level of trust among people who do this kind of work if you appoint them, in my opinion. So I ask for a no vote on this. If people aren't in compliance, they need to become in compliance. It's kind of weird. If you don't follow the law, then let's just not have a law anymore, even though it's functioning in many parts of the state. So I ask for a no vote.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard this in committee, and I did vote for it to get it onto the floor because I thought it was important enough to have the discussion. But I'm going to be asking for a no vote on this because the senator from out west here indicated, there was some counties that do have surveyors, and we rely on ours heavily in Alamosa County. But I've yet to hear from I would like to see the reason I voted for that the other day was we were supposed to have the consensus of CCI on that. And since I haven't heard of any counties in favor of it, I'd like to see the report of that vote. And I assume that the vote, since it was favorable for CCI, should be 100%. There's a little bit of a conflict there, but I do believe that the services in which they provide is only $5,500. And, we cannot hire or appoint or anything else. So I'm going to be a no vote on this because I'm just not sure that, this keeps coming up year after year that people want to get rid of our surveyors. But I chaired the Alamosa Land Use Board, and we utilized the surveyor almost on a continuous basis. He would check the plats. Any discrepancy out there, he would be right there. And he's also a local surveyor. So I do not believe that we could get the same service for the same money for the county people. But I've heard the same results from counties throughout the district. And like I indicated, I have 16 counties, so it's roughly 1/4 of the state. So at this point in time, I haven't heard anything other than if it's 100% vote on the CCI, but there's if that's the case, then somebody's not telling the truth here. I can't tell you. But the thing about it, I'll be a no vote on this until that 100% proof of every county. So I realize you got some big counties that do not utilize this, and that's great. But they have a lot more to do, so maybe they need to hire. But my small counties, I think we rely on this. So at this point in time, I will ask for a no vote on this.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess one of the comments I would like to make, and that is that we've all been to a caucus or we've all sat around and said, gosh, we don't have a candidate. Will somebody just sign up? Will you sign up to be the surveyor? Will you run for survey? And you end up with some random people who probably don't have the expertise, but you've qualified to be the surveyor. I guess I'm in the camp of saying I would rather give counties the freedom to be able to say we're going to contract with highly qualified people who are going to be experts in the field of being surveyors, as opposed to saying, we're going to just fill this position because it's on the ballot. So again, I'm looking at quality. The county I represent, Arapahoe County, so they contract out because rather than paying for someone to sit around when they're not working and there's not a job that's out there, they would rather say, we'll pay for you as you do the job. And that is where the quality comes in. So again, I think that that's what this concurrent resolution is about, to give counties an option to say, this is where how we operate, and other counties may operate in a different way, and they want to elect or they want to appoint that person to be their assessor or their surveyor. But I think that it is important that we look at the quality of the surveyor, not just filling out the name of a person on an election ballot. I think that's the difference, and that's what this is about. I vote for quality. I vote for making sure that the counties are invested with the surveyors to do the job they need to do for their counties. And again, I urge an aye vote to let the people decide.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this resolution, and you know, I also agree with my colleague from Arapahoe County. I think the key point is that counties get to choose how they want to survey. And to my friends from rural Colorado who see the value of having a surveyor and see the value of having an elected position in that role, this would not get in the way of their ability to continue doing that. This effort just recognizes that the needs of some of our counties may be different than others, and our counties are best served to make that determination. And I urge and I vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator Martinez-Shumenick.
Again, what I would like to reiterate, colleagues, is this is not an attempt to get rid of surveyors. Good grief, we need surveyors. And the counties who have elected surveyors, I believe, will elect them again, especially the small counties, because those few folks that are doing what they believe is right for their counties, which is about a handful of them, I don't see any reason why their folks wouldn't re-elect them, because they do a good service. However, when I asked one of the surveyors, wouldn't it be nice to make a salary that befitted your knowledge, expertise, and all that you bring to the county, he just sat there because he said, I do a lot of work without getting paid for it. That's all fine and dandy, but they still have bills to pay too. So they usually have to have a second job. They have to either have their own surveying company or they have to work for another surveyor. This is not an attempt to get rid of surveyors. Do we want the surveyors to come back next year and try to amend the state constitution because they want higher wages, because they want things that they don't have right now? This is something that we should really give back to the counties. Most of the counties in our state, once again, are contracting this work out or using the surveyor in the small counties that do have them on a limited basis, and in Grand County, he works quite a bit. But in those counties where they do not have a surveyor, the plats and the files are reviewed by the clerk and recorder, and a surveyor is not used. A planning commission may do the same thing. Property disputes and litigation, the Grand County surveyor did mention that he gives advice to people before they have to go into court, should they need it. But once again, colleagues, I would remind you that this is only to take this back to a vote of the people to see if it should go back to the counties, since the counties are the ones that should be, in my personal opinion, paying these folks what they deserve to be paid rather than what the state constitution allows. So again, I would ask for an aye vote on Senate Concurrent Resolution 005.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution 5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 19?
Senate Bill 19 by Senator Cook, a representative saying to focus certain requirement that court-ordered mental condition examinations be recorded.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 19, and I move the Judiciary Report and Appropriations Report.
To the Judiciary Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, what the Judiciary Report did is that it inserted that the court shall inform any defendant that the mental insanity hearing is going to be recorded by a psychiatrist and psychologist, and it talks about if there's not a location available, that the jail will try and find a location to video record the sanity plea. And if they still can't do that because of lack of resources, then the DA or the defense can have it moved to the state hospital. And it also talks about if the person that's having the insanity hearing is going to cause a danger to himself or to others, that the insanity plea does not have to be recorded.
Any discussion on the judiciary? Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Judiciary Report indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Report has been adopted. To the Appropriations Report. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee report changed the requirements for insanity plea recordings to just first and second degree felonies and felony sex assaults. It also moved the implementation date to January 1 of 2017. And it also mentioned that if, for whatever reason, if it could not be recorded in whole or in part, that the jury can consider that as evidence.
Is there any other discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report is adopted. Senator Cook.
Thank you.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What the bill does is says that any insanity plea that involves a first-degree felony or second-degree felony or sex assault that's court-ordered, has to be court-ordered, has to be recorded. And that has to be provided to all parties. And again, if the defendant doesn't want the court order, he still has to go through that. But if he wants a second sanity plea through another psychiatrist or psychologist, then they can also get that. What this does is currently it says that you can videotape at the court's discretion. They still have that discretion on anything other than first and second degree assault. And videotaping insanity pleas is a lot like taping police custodial interrogation. It provides the best evidence. We worked with the psychiatrists and the psychologists, and because of the amendments, they, I believe, are in favor of this now, or at least neutral. And it preserves exactly what happens. It's the best evidence possible that you can give, because you can see if there's any leading questions or any other problems with the interview. So I would ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 19.
Is there further discussion? Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions I wanted to find out. Was there discussion, because I did not hear this, as you know, in committee, was there any discussion about, one, the costs, about preserving and how long you preserve it, and the chain of custody and all of that? And, well, let's start there.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there was, because right now there's not an additional process. The court can already order a insanity plea being video recorded. So what happens is they record it, and then it's turned over to the court, and they store it because it's court evidence. So the court stores it. It's not stored by the law enforcement agency or the mental health hospital.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then last question, was there talk about the quality of the interviews that that are being conducted with any party versus particular parties?
Senator Cook.
I guess, can you elaborate a little bit on that as far as exactly what you mean?
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I guess one of my concerns, just thinking about it, is the quality of the interviewers. Does that change at all? I guess that's more the question.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, it doesn't. They will still be using the same interviewers that they've always had. So I imagine if they're a bad interviewer before, they might still be now. But this will at least will have documented proof of that, whether good or bad.
Is there further discussion? Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we heard this in Judiciary Committee, and it was actually a very difficult bill to listen to in that what this will entail is having a mental health intervention tape from beginning to end, and there was some concern on the part of the forensic psychiatrists both about, and I know Senator Cook attempted to address this, the ability to safely do a recording when people are in an altered and paranoid state. And in addition, about the excess time it would take for the people to go through and review the video recording again in detail. And then I'd raised the question about whether this wasn't getting a second opinion on somebody who didn't have the ability to be there with a client at the time. And above and beyond that, there's some concern about whether the client would bring up issues that might further incriminate them or bring up other crimes in the course of the discussion that would impede their Sixth Amendment right of confrontation. And so I was not supportive of this bill in committee, and I will not be supportive of this bill today, but I thank Senator Cook for working hard on this. Thank you.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first two issues were taken care of in the amendments, so that if the person does cause, or it looks like they're going to be injurious to themselves or safety risk to themselves or to others, then the recording does not have to be videotaped. And the other one, I forget what the second one was, but it was taken care of in the amendment. I just say it's a good bill. We got the psychiatrists and the forensic psychologists to accept the bill with the amendments, and all the stakeholders, including the defense bar, is supportive of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 19. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 19 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader Shuffle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the body is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Though all opposed, no. The aye has it. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee has met and had several bills under consideration. Mr. Majors, would you please read the report?
May 2nd, 2016, Madam President, the committee whole base the report is under consideration. The following tax bills being second reading thereof makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 161 is amended, Senate Bill 180 is amended, Senate Concurrent Resolution 5 is amended, Senate Bill 19 is amended, passes second reading in order to gross pace the counter for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1114, House Bill 1257, and House Bill 1186 passes second reading in order to revise pace the counter for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 186 as amended, laid over until May 3rd, 2016, retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes? 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. The report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Senate Bill 161 is amended. Senate Bill 180 is amended. Senate Concurrent Resolution 5 is amended. Senate Bill 19 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1114, House Bill 1257, House Bill 1186 passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 186 as amended, laid over until May 3rd and retaining its place on the calendar.
I like that sound.
Let's just do it and get it over with. This is okay with that.
Consideration of resolutions. Mr. Majors, would you please, Majority Leader Scheffel?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate lay over the consideration of resolutions calendar to May 3rd.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will lay over the consideration of resolutions calendar until May 3rd. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Mr. Major.
We're good. I'll explain it, Effie.
Okay, so we're on consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. The bill number is correct in your calendar, which is on page 4. However, the sponsor and the title are not, but you will hear the accurate and correct title. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 6?
Senate Bill 6 by Senator Martinez, Humanik, Representative Sides, concerning the use of qualified insurance brokers to enroll eligible participants in health benefit plans through the Colorado Health Benefit Exchange.
Senator Martinez, Humanik.
Thank you, Mr. President. My colleague and I concur with the House amendment. What happened was in the body of the bill itself, the bill number itself was not inserted into a blank space. And unfortunately, we did not catch this here, so that is the only change that is being made. So we concur. And, Mr. President, I move for readoption.
Hold on. We're going to stand in a senatorial 1 so that we can make sure that we're all on the same bill because of a little error in our calendar. Senate will be in a brief recess. Senate will come back to order. Senator Martinez-Huminick.
I'm on 177. Okay. This does say 6. Okay.
Senator Martinez-Huminick.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did concur with the House amendment
We
to
need a motion.
Senate Bill 16006, and I move for readoption of.
No, we need a motion to concur.
All right, let me get my little. Mr. President, I move that the Senate concur with the House amendment to Bill 16-006.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 6. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 6. Senator Martinez-Huminick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 16-006 as amended by the House.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the readoption of Senate Bill 6. Are there any no votes? Senator Aguilar? Senator Carroll? Senator Kafalis? With 32 ayes, Senator Kerr? Senator Merrifield? Senator Jones? Senator Donovan, Senator Todd, Senator Guzman, with 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 6 is readopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 106?
Senate Bill 106 by Senator Holbert, Representative Salazar, concerning measures to facilitate the efficient administration of Colorado laws governing campaign finance.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject House amendments to Senate Bill 106 and that a conference committee be formed.
Sounds like that is by acclamation. Further discussion, Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. The majority of changes to Senate Bill 106 are changes that I was aware of and I would ask that we concur with. But there was one amendment that was put in that I was not aware of that has to do with attorney's fees and a private right of action. I would ask for your support to form a conference committee so that both chambers can be on the same page and make sure that we know exactly what we're doing there. Also appreciate the minority leader looking at that issue earlier today. So ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question for the sponsor. I believe I heard you say that you concur in the majority of the House amendments, and there's just this one issue that you want to pursue in conference. And I just want to make sure I heard you correctly, because I vastly prefer the House version of the bill to the Senate version.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good senator from Denver is correct. Moving the bill back, originally the bill sought to establish ALJs in the Secretary of State office that would specialize in campaign finance issues. That is out of the bill. It now, in the House version, requires education for ALJs. And that had been discussed. But it's just this one piece of an amendment that I was not aware of when it went through House. And I just, again, I'm not sure we want to make that a contentious issue and demand that it be removed. But I just want to make sure that both chambers are on the same page when it comes to that one section. I think if you look at page 2, lines 15 through 19, that's where the words are. And that's the only question that I have.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is to reject House amendments to Senate Bill 106 and that a conference committee be formed. All those. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate rejects House amendments to Senate Bill 106, and a conference committee is formed. The President appoints Senators Holbert chair, Neville and John as members of the first conference committee of Senate Bill 106. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 177?
Senate Bill 177 by Senators Martinez, Dominic, and Heath, Representatives Hollingworth, and Lawrence, concerning technical modifications to legislation enacted in 2015 to promote an equitable financial contribution among affected public bodies in connection with urban redevelopment projects allocating tax revenues.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 177.
Please continue.
This is where we did leave out one bill number. So that's all that was done.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 177. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 177. Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for readoption of Senate Bill 16-177 and ask for its approval.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the readoption of Senate Bill 177. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate readopts Senate Bill 177. Co-sponsors. Consideration of House adherence. Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate lay over the consideration of House adherence calendar to May 3rd.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will lay over the consideration of House adherence calendar until May 3rd. Consideration of governor's appointments. Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate lay over the consideration of governor's appointments calendar to May 3rd.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will lay over the consideration of governor's appointments until May 3rd. Announcements. I'd like to announce that Senator Newell does not have an announcement. Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of announcements about committees. Scheduled for 1:30, which seems a little bit tardy. In Senate Judiciary, House Bill 1348 will be heard first. The conference committee that is scheduled for Senate Bill 62, which is scheduled upon adjournment of the House Ag Committee, will be heard in room 352. That's a slight change. And there will be a State Affairs committee meeting held tomorrow upon adjournment. They will be hearing House Bill 1368, which is moved from Wednesday's calendar, I believe, and they will also be hearing House Bill 1112, House Bill 1117, House Bill 1393, House Bill 1451, and Senate Joint Resolution 40. And that is all except for appropriations.
Senator Grantham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appropriations Committee members, we will be having appropriations tomorrow as it is in the calendar on page 8. We will be adding 2 bills to what you see printed in the calendar today. House Bill 1080, which we actually moved from third reading today back to appropriations, and House Bill 1453. So House Bill 1080 and House Bill 1453 are being added to appropriations tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, LSBB. We will also be working on getting a schedule put together for appropriations later on in this week. We'll remain fluid on that as far as which day we're going to be on, most likely Thursday morning. But that will remain to be seen. So 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please check your calendar, members, if you are on approps tomorrow. Otherwise, you will try to rely on the good graces of the Appropriations Committee to pass your bill for you. I wouldn't be counting on that. Have a nice night.
Further announcements? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, our work is done for the day. It will continue in committee, so thank you for your diligence today. We accomplished much. We are going to leave the desk open in order to read over some bills, but you all do not need to be here. So, that, Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess to 4 p.m. this afternoon.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand in recess until 4 p.m.